in the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Hazy's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, both in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack, now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
Good afternoon. Has everybody had lunch? Has everybody had breakfast? What is up? Hello, night owls. Wherever you are, greetings. We are back for some more diagramming today, but we are going to also start. We are instead going to start with a relevant video put out yesterday by Sargon of Akkad. So it's a video that is relevant because it says that could you just not break the microphone? It says that the whole woke discourse thingamajiggy woke right discourse is over. So anyway, good day, Waffle. Good day, Sentient. Good day, Shippy. Well, good evening, Shippy. Good to see you, Shippy. Yeah, so we are going to be doing that. I've got some new background music for us today, so it's like I heard what you wanted because we're doing 2 videos in one. But yeah, we're going to do good old reaction content. Maybe I'll take some notes and put it in a side thing. But most of the time, we're just going to be watching Sargon's video for the first bit of the stream. So in that case, let's get that up. Should have done that. Discord, you can go. We don't need you right now. Okay, let's get ourselves. I hope everybody is doing well and everybody is well fed and hydrated. Do that. What am I doing? Stream Elements bot, thank you for joining us. Guys, I know it's a bot. Relax. Okay, let's get. I'll get the link from my post. I really enjoy that intro music. Thank you so much, Creamage, for it. Okay, so this is 15 hours ago. This was presented to us. Okay. Right. So we could, half it, eh? Share some. Whoa. That doesn't help. That just makes my face much bigger. There? Okay, whatever. Let's see. Psychopathic parasite bots. Well, you see, this you would think that I'm supposed to be like, oh my god, about this, right? About, oh no, Sargon is against me, but it's helped me clarify my idea of what of the woke right. The woke right are the psychopaths, not this. And all this has done has made me think. It's made me think. Okay, James Lindsay has been less than genuine for with this terminology. So I mean, I was coming towards this realization yesterday, where it was like, I don't know if we should have used the woke right. We could have just called it alt right. That's what they always were. We don't need a new word. You've used this this woke right as a firing a weapon in the culture war, and that's not really useful for us. But okay, go off, King. Anyway, let's see.
Crusade against the woke right is over, even if James Lindsay himself doesn't realize it.
You guys okay to hear it? Is it echoing? It shouldn't echo anymore. Okay, I'll let it go. So apparently it's over. I think psychopath isn't exactly correct, even if their views are wrong. I don't think they're exclusively suffering from mental disorders. The behavior for me, it's the one that's the behavior. That when it comes to the volume sounds good. Okay, cool. So for me, I think part of my definition is I need them to be the psychopathic. Like you can be wrong, I guess, but the behavior that you do, the intent behind your behavior and all of that, that's a sort of disordered thing in my use of this word. So I've fallen afoul of words being meaning different things for different people, which is not going to change in my life. It's going to continue. Okay, so the let's go. The screenshot. That's before we let me see if I can zoom in here. Hey. Well, that's not zooming in properly. It's not dynamically resizing itself. The term Buchanan rights should be seen as a compliment and not an insult. Buchanan's focus on American sovereignty, nationalism, and standing against corporate interests is pure MAGA. The H1B1 debate was a prime example of protection of American workers. So if anything, Buchanan was ahead of his time. So I remember bringing this up just vaguely because I did only see it vaguely on the timeline. Like it is James Lindsay has been very busy on Twitter for the past week. So I've just had reams and reams of this sort of discussion going on there. And that's where I saw him talk about the Buchanan right and say, no, the woke right stuck instead. And he was very happy and smug about that. So now what Sargon has done in this video he's like, no, you can't, the Buchanan right is not the same thing as the woke right. So that just exposes this smearing that James Lindsay has been doing. I've been a bit too good faith. No, I've been a bit charitable with interpreting what he calls it, because I have a certain idea of what woke right is, and I'm making it fit, making what he says fit what the woke right is, and then turns out he's spreading it all over the place. He is over extending this definition, which is, as you guys have pointed out, very leftist and very annoying.
He has lost the argument
Very woke.
firmly and soundly, and I doubt that he will admit this, and so he will continue like some sort of Japanese World War II soldier to fight an imaginary war that has already been lost.
Hectic morning. I missed everything. I watched this video yesterday's homework too. Well, you don't know. Don't worry. Luckily, I started later today. So you're ready to sit with us? Let's go. Woke light, says Dildo. That's his mantra.
As a soldier to fight an imaginary war that has already been lost.
I'm wearing clothes.
As you can see from Jack Pozobiak here, he points out that the term Buchanan right should be seen as a compliment.
Hold on, I was distracted by this person smearing me in the comments. Okay, I am wearing clothes. Okay.
Not an insult from Jack Pozobiak to fight an imaginary war that has already been lost. As you can see from Jack Pozobiak here, he points out that the term Buchanan right should be seen as a compliment, not an insult. Buchanan's focus on American sovereignty, nationalism, and standing against corporate interests is pure MAGA. The H1B debate was a prime example of the protection of American workers. So if anything, Buchanan was ahead of his time. And I think he's completely correct about this. Because Pat Buchanan, to a certain kind of American right-winger, has the same position that Enoch Powell has to our modern conservatives.
Okay, I don't know who he's talking about here. Okay, so I'm with you. I'm listening to what you got to say. So he's explaining this, and all that I've understood from all of this by the end of this video is that he's quite vividly and interestingly and convincingly said how the Buchanan right and the woke right are not the same thing. Okay. This accent. Sorry, love you, enjoy. Thanks, Theo. Leave a like.
These people were national conservatives in a way, I guess you could say, before their time. They were concerned about the people themselves and the country itself, and all of the things were extraneous. Like Enoch Powell had a great quote for this, saying, look, I would fight for this country even if it was communist. And Margaret Thatcher was taken aghast at this because Margaret Thatcher was a liberal.
That's a lovely question to ask yourself. If your country was communist, would you fight for it? It's quite a nice question to bring a thought experiment, because what do? The fact that he just say, yeah, he was saying that if there's people that are such nationalists that if the country was fighting other people and they were still communist, he would still fight for them because there is something there's something of value in being a nation. That's basically it. Buchanan is a more adult version of what Dave Smith was saying. Churchill bad. Enoch Powell fought in both world wars and hated Nazis and communism. Okay, so he's the grown-up version, the more articulate version, says Mark McAllister. Okay.
And Enoch Powell was a patriot. The country is the country, even if it's got a communist government. Obviously,
the country is the country, even if it's got a communist government. Right? Because you got a communist government. But he's trying to say that I want to keep this question in mind. That shaky ground. What's shaky ground? Oh, Enoch Powell. Okay. I really don't think I would fight for my country for any real reason unless my home or family is directly under attack, and even then not as part of my country's official force. See, that's the kind of thing that I want to you're supposed to do with that question is, okay, and I think mostly people would get involved when it affects them. That's what humans are about. When it's going to affect you and your home and your people, that's when you fight. You're not going to, I don't think you're going to stand on principle and be like, no, my country can be destroyed. And I'll just chill here. It depends on the actual context of how what this war would be. Far more articulate, Power feared a race war in Britain. Well,
obviously, it's undesirable for the country to have a communist government. But if England is under communist rule and goes to war with like Nazi Germany or something.
Okay, so there's an example. That's the example there that he gives is, okay, so they're under communist rule and they go to war with Nazi Germany or something. That's the example. He would be like, no, I'm still with my country.
Obviously, I have to side with England, even if I don't like it, and even if I want to overthrow the government. And this is
even if I want to overthrow the government. So there's the idea, like you would want to overthrow your government if you were under communist rule, but then certain things would have to. If your country is attacked, yes, your country has to be attacked for this thing. Otherwise, if your country goes around and wants to start wars and it's tyrannical, like you're not going to have much goodwill.
This is the point that's being made by the right that believe in these kind of principles and who believe in the nature of the country being an association of relations, as in like in the Aristotelian sense, founded on friendship and goodwill to one another, and the content and quality of the relations that we have with each other being the important thing, rather than adherence to the abstract ideological doctrine of liberalism and following the rules of the social contract.
Okay, so yeah, you much love, Kitty, but I'm tapping out on politics. Quick present, good night. Oh, okay. Shippy, I hope that's okay. Whoa, that is a very big present. Oh, I'm gonna miss you, Shippy. Not because of your memberships, but because you're great. But if you need a break, you need a break. Maybe we'll see you on when we do Thinkers on Friday. Because yeah, this politics stuff is gonna be going on. Politics does get very taxing. You know what I will say, Ship, as well, just considering that what Hillborough said here. Please do go and watch my my videos about the meditations. The first two were very wishy-washy, but the next one that's going to come out is a lot more in depth, and it actually touches on that sort of thing. It's not politics, Shiv. This is internet drama. Yeah. Well, it's internet politics drama all put together. But yes, the go and watch that. It's coming out soon. I'm going a lot more in depth with that, and there's a lot of stuff that I will be saying that might help you feel a little bit better, or might at least help you we'll be commiserating about politics, but I don't know if you can hear me. Anyway, thank you for the memberships. Okay, let's get into it.
This, right, is what myself, Aaron McIntyre, Dave Distributus, Jack Posobiec, all of these people are truly a part of. And this is...
I'm not doing a deep dive on Stoicism. I'm just going through Aurelius. I'm doing I'm literally reading the translation of Meditations. And it's just like, I've tried to keep it general for the first two. Because, there was just an intro and stuff. But I realized that I need to go a lot more in depth for me to feel like these videos are valuable. They won't be 4 hours or anything like that, but yeah, they're gonna. It's just more like what I've taken from reading it. It's just my opinion on it. It's not like extra research or anything like that. Yeah. Okay.
This is where James Lindsay's argument about the woke right starts falling apart. Because lots of people came out and said, well, hang on a second. Pat Buchanan was a great man, and I completely support him. And in fact, he was in all ways just a good patriotic American.
Okay. You know more about him than me, so. Oh, this Saberingu has some advice for us here. The way to avoid politics fatigue. For every hour of politics, you need to watch an hour of modern Disney. Quickly, you will limit yourself to critical topics. No, that's not. I don't know. I don't approve of that. Don't watch modern Disney. Go and watch Cats. Go and watch Huskies. The people that have. Go and watch pet YouTubers. Okay, that's what I prescribe for political fatigue. Go and watch pet YouTubers. People that just film their pets, and you just go, it's like touching grass but with a YouTube channel. Yeah, modern Disney is 1000% political. No, so go and watch old Disney, or just touch grass, yes, but also watch silly stuff like a Good Mythical Morning, where they test foods and things like that, and they play games. And yeah, okay, sometimes you'll see a pride flag or something, but that's really nothing proper. They don't argue. Only suffering, no respite. Oh God, go to the pub, says Mark. Go watch otters. Oh my goodness. Okay, listen. Let it be said that otters, if cats didn't exist, otters would be my favorite. My favorite animal. I decided because I saw them and I was like, they are impossibly cute. It's insane. Anyway. Yeah, watch otters though. It's so good. If I'm emotional and I watch otters, I'll start crying because they're just cute. Cute things make me cry. I'm a female.
And he wrote in many ways. I did a video calling him America's Last Prophet. Again, in the same way that Enoch Powell felt the same way about his own country. People pointed out that he predicted all of this long ago. Again, just like Powell, and it has all come to pass. I mean, just look at this. All about us, we can see clearly now that the West is passing away. In a single century, all of the great houses of continental Europe fell. All the empires that ruled the world have vanished. Not one European nation, save Muslim Albania, has a birth rate that will enable it to survive through the century. As a share of world population, the peoples of Europe, European ancestry, have been shrinking for 3 generations. The character of every Western nation is being irredeemably altered as each undergoes an unresisted invasion from the Third World. We are slowly disappearing from the earth.
So people take that, and I mean, if I'm sensitive enough in a certain day, that's what I'd do, is take it to be like, okay, well, that's white supremacy. That's the oversensitive reaction that you would get from a woke person, is it's white supremacy. But actually caring about your own culture and the continuance of it is not supremacy. It's not saying mine over the other. It's saying mine and the other. Like, it's the all lives matter but argument, but obviously everybody just storms over it with all of their rage and fervor. So that's what I get from this. Yeah, I don't think you have to allow everybody into your country. I understand that. It did make me this made me question, where do I stand in this? Because I've left my country to not be a citizen in another country, to yes, be part of an economy, but I am not a citizen of another country. I don't belong anywhere. Anyway.
Having lost the will to rule, Western man will be losing the will to live as a unique civilization as he fervently indulges in la dolce vita with a yawning indifference as to who might inherit the earth he once ruled.
Okay, so you can easily take that thing that he wrote there and also be like, he once ruled the earth and he wants to rule again. But it's like, oh, there's complacency with Europeans, and they don't seem to care about their own culture. You're not allowed to. The white the Afrikaners that have gone to America because as refugees, they're not allowed to safeguard their culture. It's tyrannical. It's the apartheid culture. It's like there's a lot more to being Afrikaans than apartheid, love.
Again, same point that Powell was making, and correct. Western man has become wedded to liberalism, the abstract universal ideology of the individual, rather than believing himself to be the bearer of a collective civilization that he and his countrymen carry into the future, and therefore have duties and obligations towards, rather than...
He did not excuse Hitler. I would like somebody that doesn't excuse Hitler. Your nationalism doesn't have to be applied in that way. Did outside his mouth, a la Dave Smith, did not excuse. Buchanan did. So Buchanan did excuse Hitler. If that's what Sargon is chewing on, then no. But I don't think that's what he's talking to. I'll move to a more sane place, a monarchy. Yes, I did. Deep inland Afrikaans is the most hilarious language. The Padstaal culture is peak road-loving, though. Road-loving, so you just love travel? What do you mean by road-loving?
And just rights and privileges derived from, which is all the liberal can think about. And James has arrived at this point and brilliantly shown us how he was never talking about the things that he claimed to be talking about in the first place. So,
That's sad. That upsets me. Okay? If you listen, I was with you on the psychopaths. How does he change it now? Now he's like, oh, it doesn't apply to these, so I have to step back.
Someone posts here from Patrick Buchanan quotes, "I'm an economic nationalist. To me, the country becomes before the economy. And the economy exists for the people. I believe in free markets, but I do not worship them. In the proper hierarchy of things, it is the market that must be harnessed to work for man and not the other way around."
Okay, so yeah, the free market is the driver behind the global village, right? If we're all just trading with each other, it's fine. And that makes you kind of loose with your borders and things. We are unable, as much as we are so interconnected, okay, these days, I really think we are still, geography still counts, though. Humans develop language literally the way language was developed, where they would have you would have your own, the way people speak in your town over here, and then the way people speak like 100 kilometers or whatever away would be different, right? So that was before we were all interconnected, I understand. So that the rate of finding one culture would increase. But I really think because we are so far apart anyway in real life and in culture, in freaking weather, everything, there's no way you could have a global culture. You can't. That's not how humans work. We have many microcosms all over the freaking place. So this whole idea of the global village is not going to, it won't materialize. unless we all had to be conquered under one ruler. And even then, you'd still have differences.
Now, not a word of that is wrong. I completely agree with this. This is exactly how I feel about free markets. If they're useful for us, then we should use them. When they stop being useful, we should not use them. And a great example of this is, of course, in the European Union. The 4 pillars of the EU's membership and freedoms were, the freedom of goods, capital, services, and people. Well, that's actually not good for us. That actually damages the nation. But that is a commitment instead to an abstract liberal ideology that each person is fundamentally the same. Human beings are therefore fungible and replaceable, and ought to be in order to bolster the market.
Okay, so if everyone's the same, Italy had more than 100 dialects before unification. Look, it still has a lot of dialects that are insane. But then there is the through line that's there, like the normal Italian that supposedly people will be able to understand. But when you hear dialect versus normal Italian, you're like, you guys forgot half the word. Where's the rest of the word? I'm like, I don't need the whole word. I just give you like 2 little letters of it, and you should know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm speaking about Neapolitan. Italy has more. Yeah. Anyway, hi Andrew. It's 11 a.m. in Spain. Well, hola. Most of my kin is dumbass and still holds a grudge against the Anglosphere for no reason, instead of blaming the elites that sold us out. Blame the right people, guys. Glasgow English. Is it really English?
So the nation becomes a sacrificial entity for the prosperity of markets. I don't agree with that. I am with Pat Buchanan here. I'm an economic nationalist by that standard. And so James says here, quote, the woke right is trying to pivot to calling itself the Buchanan right, and many of them are neo-Buchananites. Okay, well then the term Buchanan right seems accurate for them. For us, the sort of Powellite right, the Buchananite right, in many ways the Scrutonian right, like this traditional conservatism that is not based in liberalism is what is coming out. And I just want to be clear.
Not based in liberalism. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I've only ever seen hand signs from Italians. Yes, they have words. So, look, I need to look more into the Buchanan and rights or whatever, but really, again, just reiterating, what he is saying is they're setting themselves aside from what you were talking about, James. But he first calls it a pivot. He first says, no, they're trying to call themselves something else.
You could not call these people fascists, Nazis, anti-Semites, or even that xenophobic, really.
Because that's he. You see, the thing that made me want to go over this video is Sargon understands what James Lindsay was getting at initially. He understands that. He understands what he was meaning with woke right, or trying to, but now he sees the double speak. He's like, you're using double speak. So when he says these people are not fascists, they're not this and that, those were the woke right. Those were the people that he's referring to, fascists, things like that, people that are extremists on the right. So it makes me really sit with that idea. Yeah, what are you using woke for? It seems like you're just using it as a little shot to take at the right as a leftist, which is what you guys were saying.
Can't call these people any of the things that the left likes to label us as, because we are not those things. We are not these things. We are talking about something much more ancient, again, much more Aristotelian in its fundamental construct. Nothing that could be appropriately called fascism, Nazism, or anti-Semitism in the slightest. It is, in fact, a politics based on goodwill and reciprocity, and extends the hand of friendship to other people rather than attacking them based on abstract categories and perceived doctrinal disputes. That's not what the Buchanan right constructs its own worldview on.
What James Lindsay is not used to. Okay, so maybe if he's attacked the left, that's it. It's fine. The left will go rah, 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 And yes, he's attacked the right. Let's call them the alt-right now. Okay, let's call them that because that's basically the idea. It's basically what he was saying is alt-right is using woke kind of tactics to be alt-right, which is what I understood and the value that I take from what he said, because there is value in that. Okay. And I will say that, yeah, it's a smaller problem than the left, because the left are the ones that are sitting out there bombing Tesla factories and shit like that. Yeah, they're having a problem. But there is a rise, okay, it's in this, that anti-Semitism and stuff like that on the right? That whole thing is what I was concerned about. But yeah, what I've seen here with James Lindsay is that he thinks that he can do this, and the people will just re at him. That's usually what the left does, is they will re at you and they will blah 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 blah. But what Sargon has done here is actually dismantled your argument. He's understood you, okay, which is a completely different thing that a rabid person wouldn't do. Okay, he's understood you and he's dismantled it, and he's set himself aside from your characterization of him. So he's done that with intelligence, which we have not seen on the left.
And James admits that the woke right, they're trying to pivot to call themselves the Buchanan right because many of them are neo-Buchananites, but it's obvious that the mode they're using is woke and they're pushing family-friendly socialism and tyranny. This is just liberal ideologue speaking through James Lindsay, possessing him to say, oh, they're family-friendly socialists. No, they're not socialists. They don't believe in a rationally constructed, centralized society in which everything is planned out to arrive at a predetermined result, which is what socialism is in the national or international forms. They are not socialists. They are traditionalists. But James Lindsay, being a liberal ideologue, can only interpret what the Buchanan right is saying based on that. And so here he admits that actually I wasn't really talking about the people that I claimed I was talking about. I was actually talking about the Buchanan right, the actual respectable right.
Okay, wait. When were you talking about the actual respectable right? The actual respectable right is the one that I've been part of. That's where I've been deposited, really, because of not being a lefty enough. But then James is butthurt liberal. Anglos equals angels. Yes, all of us, absolutely all of us. Just be a racist in our favor. There is an issue of remakes, copies, no more innovation. All new art is either worse than before or remake. Yes, agreed. The same with politics, which mirrors art, either Marx or fascism. Again. But yeah, I'm confused with what he's talking about. Like, when we go back to our diagram, I want to see how this matches up, because he's like, these are not the people I was talking about. Well, yeah, he was not talking about the Buchanan right when he's speaking to what's her name, Peterson. I'm not picking that up. I'm picking up the psychopaths and the this and the that. That's what we're busy talking about over there in our diagram.
Remember when they were talking about the online Twitter Nazis who were apparently expressing the dark triad of antisocial and various other personality disorders?
I remember, because I'm doing it in detail.
To attack Jordan Peterson, attack James Lindsay and Konstantin Kiss and all those others? Well, that's what James began by calling the woke right. And he was saying, no, they are basically just a right-wing equivalent of the left-wing Antifa types who would come along and dox you and harass you and try to make you kill yourself and all of these things. And, okay, fair. But
that's all I needed from Sargon. Okay, I know Sargon's not like going, yes, indeed, it's a problem. But he's like, okay, fair. That's all I need. I'm glad that that's enough of a concession that, listen, fair, those people exist. That's all I was trying to say yesterday. These people exist. That's all I mean. And then I guess people are just like, yeah, well, they're going to exist. And that's the end of it. I'm like, yeah, but that's a problem. I don't like them. Make them go away.
Not the Buchanan right, is it? And Joel Berry, who's been a very...
And again, yeah, just having any sort of political label is going to cause shit anyway. And this happened with the left anyway. The left, all it did, and I got this from Dorcas. I wish I had recorded what he had said and the way he had framed it, but it was like what the left did is they called everybody alt-right. They did that thing. They didn't go, you over here, you person that is extremist over here, you are alt-right. No, they just anything just a little bit right of them was the extreme right and must be condemned as such. And that's kind of what is that is kind of what's being enacted with this woke right word.
The aggressive, and Joel Berry, who's been a very aggressive person who advances this, says the Pat Buchanan right could have led a constructive and mature dialogue and maybe even introduced new and interesting ideas to the right. Instead, they sneered and mocked every normie who didn't quite get what they're doing. I mean, I don't know if that's true. I don't feel like I've sneered or mocked anyone.
I mean, he's actually, I don't know, lately he hasn't sneered or mocked. Maybe I haven't watched enough of his videos.
I've tried to explain my position as a non-liberal right-winger for quite a while, and Joel here again gives the game away. They flat out refuse to condemn white nationalists, gropers, and degenerate grifters like Andrew Tate. Right. So we accept that the online Nazi sphere is not the same as what you were calling woke right, even though you began by calling the online Nazi sphere woke right dark triad types.
Wait, that's what I was on, guys. Okay, that's what I was on. That the Nazis were the dark triad types. That's where I took the woke. That's where I took this word, and that the fact that nobody is understanding anything behind what I'm trying to say and whatever. This makes me think is just fuck off with this word. Then don't do it. But that's not going to stop me from diagramming and finding the idea that Peterson and James were talking about.
And then you seamlessly switched over to try and call us that too, even when it doesn't apply. You confess that we are right about you using the term woke right inappropriately, and you have to admit now that we are right, we're the ones who are correct. Because as Steve Saylor points out here, and this is so completely true, right? Pat Buchanan, a kind, thoughtful friend, was one of the most personally popular people in Washington, D.C., and everyone except the most fervent neocons. That's why he was employed by liberal MSNBC for years. Lots of people in the business really liked him as a human being because, of course, the Buchanan right, the traditional Scrutonian Powellite right, concerns themselves with the civilization as built on a set of relations. And what we have a moral obligation to do is improve the relations that we have with one another. And so naturally, this leads us...
Sounds very idealistic, guys. Are we okay? Are we okay to have ideals spoken about in front of us? Improving the way we work with each other? That's not very based.
To being personally very nice people. And I've had people saying this about myself. Look at the interaction and debate that I had with Narinder Kaur.
This made me go, where is it? I need to go and diagram it.
We disagreed completely on the nature of politics, what it's for, what we're trying to do. However, I was, of course, lovely and polite to her, like I think I am to everyone who I meet in life.
Shall it go in the book? Sometimes I scream too much. Yeah, same. But it's so fun, isn't it? And so necessary sometimes. But other people have a very calm demeanor, and that does help. Having a calm demeanor, the person who has the most cool remains in control and coolest. I just want to what does he call this? Who's this woman?
And of course, lovely and polite to her, like I think it's for debate that I had with Narinder Kaur. We just
Narinder Kaur. My Mediterranean roots make me shout at idiot people. Yes, that's my excuse as well. I'm Mediterranean. What do you expect from me? No wonder I'm loud, okay? I do that with my husband. I'm like, that's because I'm Italian. He's like, that is not an excuse. It's an Italian keyboard. It's a Spanish one. It's a Spanish keyboard. Naming What Moyaka Covert that versus Sargon. It's in the book. Okay. My profile is Twitter. Me very Aryan.
Disagreed completely on the nature of politics, what it's for, what we're trying to do. However, I was, of course, lovely and polite to her, like I think I am to everyone who I meet in life, and she went away saying that. And then when Jess Phillips started attacking me for being a bad person for some reason, out of nowhere, she decided to come out and say, no, Carl was actually lovely, and this is not true at all. I don't
English
know why she's
people in
saying
the
this. And
word
she didn't have
lovely.
to do that, especially given how I'm a political opponent of hers. But for the same sort of reason that Buchanan was employed by MSNBC, despite him being an extremely right-wing conservative and MSNBC being extremely liberal, they recognized that he was actually a kind person. And so the whole, well,
That doesn't
dark
count.
triads using anti-Semitism to gain power, whatever it is Peterson's saying here, that's inappropriately applied. And Joel admits
That's it. Okay, inappropriately applied. I'm with you when it's inappropriately applied. I am saying that it exists though somewhere. It's not. That's all I care about. And what I want to do is see, go and look at people like that are at the Daily Wire and see if I can identify whether I would call them woke rights. Are they trying to go? Are they dark triad kind of people? It's a smear job, Kitty. It is. It is. They are trying to make you accept one little bit. James Lindsay tried to get me to accept one pill. Okay. And I'm like, yes, I understand it. And then he's like, yes. And now Sargon. And it's like, but he's making sense. He's supposed to be rabid and foaming at the mouth. But he does, he mentions Elijah Schaefer here. And that's somebody that's just from what I used to see of him. Yeah. He started to get a bit loopy.
that here. James admits that here. They admit that they have not been applying the appropriate label to what is calling itself now the Buchanan right. They have been smearing us. And again, you can see in saying just the woke right is satanic. No one would call Pat Buchanan satanic, right? But it could be that Elijah Schaefer or whatever is more married to the online Nazi sphere.
I do.
And is so more concerned with those issues and the way that they express themselves rather than the sort of Buchanan right, because there's no way you would call Pat Buchanan and people who follow his philosophy satanic. They are not dark triad types. They are not people who are desperate to destroy the state of Israel or whatever it is that they say.
That's you see that's what I think of. This what made me think, okay, I'm at least on the right track, because yeah, Sargon has said, he's like, they are not these kinds of people. Those are the people that I have in mind when I think of that people that are against Israel because of some wanting their own power or just getting some sort of gratification out of hating on Jewish people, things like that. Those are the people that I'm thinking about with the woke right. Okay. The Waffle says, I still think Peterson overstating numbers here. I don't think that all the psychopaths are concentrated into the extreme right. Same, they're on both sides. That's the whole point, is that they use these behaviors, these universal sneakies. Hi, Daisy. That humans use, the dark personality traits that humans use. They use it for different ideologies. They use it on the right and they use it on the left. Sorry, I don't extreme right, and that all among the group are psychopathic. Among that group are psychopathic. I wonder. I'm sure the way it usually happens. Yeah, you're not going to have absolutely all concentrated people. You will have misled people, truly misled people, that are just socialized into that group. Which it's happened to people on the left, right? The ones, God, left and right. It's happened to people on the left where they've left the left. They were not psychopaths. Not everyone. I think you're right there. I agree with you, Waffle. The point was to mislead, and I'm very upset about it. I do enjoy him smacking Lindsay around, says Spoon, but he's not smacking him around. He's quite nice. He says, "Listen, you're still a good boy." Your cat is also over your keyboard. Daisy,
they're not any of those.
Say hello to Andrew's cat. She's playing with my with my pants. Thank you.
things, and they are generally, in the main, they look like good, solid Christians. And so this, I think, has really revealed James Lindsay to be what he was, which is someone who is essentially trying to manipulate these traditional Christian conservatives. And when this fails, which it has done now, he resorts to calling us fascists.
Ugh.
As you can see here, Dr. Marshall says, let us stand in full agreement with the Pope.
I have to go. So basically what I need to do, I still am doing the diagram, guys. We started it. We have to finish it. That is the way. We've finished 2 diagrams, okay, lately. We have to do it. I want to do that and then go and look through, finish it, and then go and look through his timeline to see how it compares, and I say James Lindsay's timeline, how it compares to what he was saying in that episode. How does it work? What would I debate you on Spoon? The fact that Jewish people are not evil. White people are not better than black people. Eventually, all it would come down to me and you, if we were to debate, it would just come down to beliefs. Essentially, it would be like, I believe this and I believe this, and you'd be like, I don't. And so it wouldn't really be much of a debate. It would just be like, hey, this is how I disagree with you, and this is how you disagree with me. Not fun. Not blood sports that you want. Not the blood sports you want, I'm sure. Lindsay was good for a while. He completely shat the bed with work rights. What I appreciated was the fake grievance studies thing. In my opinion, the left, people didn't leave the left. The left left the left. The current left became an abomination relative to the 90s, 2000s left. The 90s, 2000s left. The left, yes, exactly. The left was here, and then the left went left of the left, thereby leaving the left. We can diagram that. I love that. I love syntax. Fun. Okay, let's go. Let's get the last few minutes here.
On the point of communism has penetrated even Christian circles disguised as solidarity. It is our pastoral duty to expose it. I mean, that's based and correct. But James Lindsay says, no, you didn't. If you did, I'd be your leader instead of kicked to the curb. Stupid fascists.
Whoa. Hey, that's a bit dark. Try it. I'd be your leader. Good Lord, son.
You're not anti-communist. You're communist one step removed. That's just...
Okay. I've got to put that in the list. I detest only using the liberal framing. Once you pull the liberal onto your grounds, then it's one-way traffic. But you can't pull a liberal onto your grounds because they don't share it. You have to find a place. Like, one place you would find it with me is probably the sovereignty and nations, nation states and culture. Like, I saw that some of the stuff that's happening with the South Africans in America. Anyway, let's fight. Patriot government, you can fight. I think you'd probably agree, though. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Fight with Spoon. How do you enforce culture? The only way you could enforce culture is to not import other cultures, I suppose. And yes, from the top down, you would do it. I live in a country in which it is done. 7% of women in the West consistently vote left-wing. Yeah, well, they don't consult with their husbands. I'm kidding. Okay, no, Daisy, you're gonna fall. Oh, okay. I'm putting it in the book that we need to assess Lindsay's Twitter. Daisy's gonna fall and I'm gonna be clawed to death. I have arteries there, lady. Come here. Whoa! Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to save my legs here. She's down here, just so you know. She's busy there. Okay. Assess Lindsay's timeline. According to, or next to, diagram. Okay. Reconquista won't be a Spaniard term no more. Only I'm loving your just the capitals. The people with that one sentence. You don't know my liberal worldview. You don't know my whole worldview. And it's very difficult for us to talk because all you will do is like attack instead of just talk. Women are retarded politically. I suppose.
Your average shit lib realizing he can't get what he wants through rational argumentation and just degenerating into calling you fascists, which we've heard plenty of times over. And
Shippy, you're supposed to be away from the politics. You're supposed to be watching cat videos. Go and watch Zax's videos.
Which is absolutely not a shitation and just degenerating into calling you fascists, which we've heard plenty of times over, and which is absolutely not applicable to Pat Buchanan, Roger Scruton, or Enoch Powell. No one thinks they were fascists. They were traditional conservatives, like pre-rational conservatives, you could argue, even. So, no, James, this is not an acceptable thing, and you have lost this argument.
That's I'm going to watch cat girl videos. That's a different kind of palate cleanser. But yes, he again just reminding you that this didn't happen on the left. You wouldn't have a calm person sitting there and saying, this term does not apply to me, and this is why. Instead, they would be frothing at the mouth and saying, you motherfucker, cancel, cancel, cancel.
You have shown that you have applied a label wrongly to a very malignant group of people, and then in a kind of duplicitous manner, apply that to people who are actually fair-minded, decent, and concerned with social relations. And for some reason, then you've withdrawn it from those. In the case of Joel Berry, you've...
I will ask you, Spoon, to try to... Where do you stand with Sargon? On Sargon? Is Sargon not extreme enough for you? Or are you kind of aligned with him?
You've made the distinction, and yet you're still calling these people woke right. Totally inappropriate. Totally unacceptable. This is not...
to the left of you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly why I don't think I would agree with you on certain worldview things.
Something that any movement wants, and it is just completely par for the course.
We're identifying tribalism. Yes, he is saying, Shippy what he's saying is, I'm not in that tribe. You put me in that tribe, or you put the Buchanan right in this woke rights category, right? So we're all just talking about which kinds of rights we're part of. He's saying, I am not part of this woke right that you're talking about, and you seem to have started off talking about the woke right in a certain way, and then seem to have changed note and spread your definition further than it initially was, which seems to have gone on Twitter. I'm going into in the diagram. Let's remember, when we go back to the diagram, we're going to be talking as if the Twitter stuff hasn't happened yet. Okay.
Liberals to act like little Lenins, screeching and calling and insulting and sowing division when they don't get their way. And fundamentally, you are not going to get your way on this, right? We agree on the fundamental proposition that the native peoples of our countries have more of a right to the country than foreigners do.
That there you go, Spoon. I agree with that. I know that I don't have the same right to this country as somebody who is a citizen of this country. I know that I'm here in this country by the grace of the government.
Liberal can't agree to this because that creates a kind of collective identity that has a moral and political claim to something, and the liberal refuses to recognize that, which is why James Lindsay is having his meltdown. Argument over. You have lost.
Where I disagree with you is just literally behavior, the way that the racism that you seem to exhibit, the sexism, sometimes, that sort of thing. That's where we would disagree. Like, a lot of the time, you're like the Afrikaners above the black person, and I will not agree with you on that. There's just nothing that's going to change my mind on something like that. Okay, but you just said don't bring in other cultures. I didn't say don't bring in. That is exclusionary. I didn't. You would have to. I'm saying you would have to limit it, because I am in a country brought in, and I'm not of the culture. The fact that I'm even wearing this is they have had to loosen their own rules because they've brought us in. They've imported us. That we have changed the landscape of this country, but there's still something. They are still in control. You won't believe that they're doing a harder class with a different set of rules, do you? I don't know what he does. Shipper, what shipper? Oh no, dude, I want to move away from this. Okay, go and touch grass.
It's this one, James. But I've got to say, right?
If they said you have no right to be here, what is your argument against them? Yeah, I'm sorry, I do have no right to be here, but your government let me in. And the reason that I'm allowed in here, I was allowed in here, is because I'm contributing to your economy, and you would have nothing otherwise. That's it. But if they decided to deport me, what the fuck could I do? I would go. No, if the government said that to you, if the government said that to me, then I'd be fucking out. There's no argument. I'm totally with that. I understand. And I would be back in the shithole. Sorry, I'm lost. I'm arguing with chat, which is not what I'm supposed to be doing in this this thing.
Right, as someone who's been on the same sort of journey as James and accepted the legitimacy.
They wield power, yes, and I have come as a supplicant.
Of the argument,
See you,
and has come to my position now, an ex-liberal, as it were. I genuinely hope that James can do some reflection on this, can let go of the crusading liberal instinct to protect something that is frankly not founded in reality and contradictory to the innate nature of human beings, and think more expansively on the topic. Because, like I said, on a personal level, I actually
I don't think he was being that.
Whenever I've met him, I've got on with him, and I've not found him personally objectionable. And in that way, in person, he's actually a lot more.
What is my moral sway against the states? I've got nothing. My moral, as in the way I believe versus the way they believe. It's literally just me as an individual believing differently compared to them, but they have the power, and they can do to me what they want. I submitted to them by coming here. What we were talking about, Andrew, is we're talking about whether a country has the right to basically deport people and decide who is part of their country and who isn't. And I guess it's not a fun argument for someone like me to have, because I'm not welcome in my home country, and it's actually occurring in my other home country, which is Italy. I probably wouldn't be welcome there anymore either, because I'm not Italian enough. I'm so oppressed. Okay, let's get to the back to the diagram. Okay, view your channel. Let's get to. You don't need moral sway against the state, but there's no opposition. You're fucking cucked by the world literature out of context. Even the right has believed. Okay. Lindsay calls himself a classical liberal. But what I want to do, Dildos, is go in and look at his timeline and see bits according to what if what he says over here matches what he says over there. Okay. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Jordan Peterson. James Lindsay. Okay. So we're there, and let's get our Xmind up. Oh yes, and the Background music provided by Creamage, or the first one at least. We will change. Just let me know when you want. I think, okay, we're going to look at, we're at an hour. I'll let this one go for a little bit. Don't know if it's loud enough. You guys hear it? Can you hear the background music? As long as it's not too loud. Okay. Let's see where we at. Can't hear shit. Okay, hold on. I can hear it. I'll bring it up. Can you hear it now? Can't hear shit? Hope you can now. It should be loud enough. Nope. You're lying. Okay, there. Nope. The spoon has a sexy voice. Yes, because he has a South African accent. Whee! Okay, now can you hear it? I'll restart it. It's nondescript enough. I don't lie. It's ever why I've that's why I have a chemical record. Okay. Whisper to me, colonizer. No, what I need you to tell me, Dildo, is not coming through the stream audio at all. Oh, you know why? You know why? Okay, this is going to be loud, but I'm going to change it. Just watch. It's because I was recording this morning, so I had different settings. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, here we go. How's that? Is it messed up? Is the small world with exchange so far volume-wise? Okay, but you should have. It's not low, we can't hear you. There you go. But now, how loud is it, guys? Because yesterday I had it at a yeah, exactly. It was at a completely different level yesterday. Too loud. See, it was at like 20 yesterday. 15. Loud as balls. You see, I told you. Is it better now? Because I had it at 100% on the music player. It's all the way down. It's louder than your voice. Oh my god. Okay, 10. That works. Can you hear it now? Wait, you said that works a while ago now. Is it fine? Now. Maybe like 10% higher now. Okay, hold on. I'll go back to the 15. There. Very sensitive. I need to get... this is good. Oh no. Kitty, you need an angry black dad to regulate your optimism. You have no idea. I've got the most optimistic father in the world. Okay? So even just a pessimistic one would a pessimistic white guy would be more leveling than my father. My father's an amazing optimist. Okay. There we go. 40. Can you guys heard it, right? Okay, let's change. I'm like showing you nothing. You guys can't see anything. There we go. Yeah. So take a walk with the normal brokies. That lacks drums for an African. Okay. I hope we're all good still. Just let me know. Thank you for everybody's patience, as usual. We're here. Let me get my I'd like to speak to Lindsay, but I'd take pride in him having blocked me. Yeah, he would not speak to you. He doesn't seem to want to speak to a lot of people. He'll tweet them, but he won't speak to them. Okay, let's go back to our... Go where I was yesterday, bookmark. Okay, we're at... Right, the spirit of enlightenment. Guys, let's go back. Just to remind you guys, Spoon, while you're here, this was the best part of the video. Let's bring the presented. Just whoopsie. No, that's not what we want. This. The best part of the whole conversation yesterday that we got to. Star gag, yes. The best.
Different conservatism. These are games. That's a slightly different function, right?
Oh,
because
no, we're
now,
this is the way before 40, yeah, around here.
okay, so I want to talk about Morningstar, and he's the angel of the untrammeled intellect. That's how he's portrayed in Milton, right? And he's allied in some strange way with the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
If I might
Yes.
just interject.
He's interjecting for it. I'm sorry, it's not old.
If he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning after the morning star rises? You wake up.
Mind blown. Raging tomato? I don't know. No, that's what Patriot's talking about. But that I just can't get over. Have you been deported yet? No, not yet, Carl. But you know what? It seems like America might take certain types of refugees. So if I can try and just explain that I'm Afrikaans in nature, and then maybe I'll be able to come there. Okay. Sponsor me, Carl.
Right.
Woke.
Right.
I can't get over this, man. What do you do when you wake up in the morning?
You wake up.
Wake up and Peterson's like, yeah, okay, I get you.
Right.
Woke.
Right.
He didn't know it was going. You see, I maintain that Peterson didn't know where it was going. Okay? And it happened this way. Okay. Berlin. Yes, that was your response yesterday. Okay. I'm trying to really make my new clip work, but I think I bit off a bit more than I can chew. This is for a long hair. And I don't think I have enough hair for it. Okay. I lost a ton of respect. Okay, so anyway, there. They'll give you an apartment. No, they won't. I'm the wrong color. You're not supposed to look. And also, somebody said of the one of the Afrikaans refugees, they said not one tattoo, and I was like, oh, I guess I'm long hair or big head. Yeah, I guess it's for a big head too. You're right. Because it's quite hectic. I think I'm gonna have to use the little one. Anyway, ladies, thank you for being here for my hair clip review.
The spirit of enlightenment. Right. Okay.
Like he tried to rescue him. The spirit of enlightenment. That's where we were, guys. The spirit of enlightenment. Okay, that's the best look you could give it. Honestly. We go over here. Okay. Your media player, you can be over there. Cool. Formatted transcript. We are a go. Good weed is cheap. So is weed legal in Spain? Okay. Right. The spirit of enlightenment is Lucifer. Lucy. Okay? Oh, this is supposed to be looping over and over. Okay, you open up. Andrew, please stop screaming. You're upsetting the chat, guys. They have sensitive ears.
Okay, so in
Or
the,
dark enlightenment, as it were.
yeah, right, absolutely. Well, that's
Dark enlightenment. Okay. Or dark enlightenment, as it were. Okay. Okay, so he's just throwing some stuff out that he knows Peterson will lap up. But this was just... I'm sorry. It's too much. Okay. Absolutely. Okay, so let him get back to the point. You interrupted him. Boy, you interrupted him to say that line. Are you proud of yourself?
What's the question? What's the difference between genuine? What's the difference between what's genuine and what's false? Let's say.
Yes.
So in the story of Genesis, God.
But yeah, in the story of Genesis, so Lindsay seems quite. You're saying he doesn't like Christianity, but he understands that Peterson is going to obviously go into a lot of the Christian symbolism, so he acts very interested in it. Right, absolutely. What's the question? The difference between genuine. What's the difference between? Okay, we're hardly here. Let's go back here because we're going back to the actual fucking point. Question: what's the difference between genuine? What's the difference between what's genuine and what's false? Okay. Let's say, so in the story of Genesis, God tells Adam and Eve they can pretty much have free range except for one thing. Okay. Okay.
God tells Adam and Eve that they can pretty much have free reign, except for one thing. They can't, as far as I can tell, what it means is they can't take.
Okay. Well, there's a question. I just want to see what I'm breaking up here. Because fuck you. There we go. That's the question. What's the difference between genuine and what's the difference between what's... Let's take that out. He just repeats himself. What's the difference between what's genuine and what's false? Okay, so then he brings this up as a separate point that, I don't know, is supposed to illustrate what's the difference between what's false and what isn't. Because we know that Peterson does this thing where he brings you the conclusion and then takes you on a journey and fills it in backwards because it's very, I don't know, it's very interesting writing, I suppose. So he says, what's the difference between what's genuine and what's false? And then he goes and gives us a story about what's genuine and what's false, instead of asking the question after he's given us the story. So, in the story of Genesis, God tells Adam and Eve that they can pretty much have free reign except for one thing. They can't, as far as I can tell, what it means is they can't take the right to define moral order for themselves, which is the knowledge of good and evil. They can't decide what's good and bad. They have to abide by the moral order, that there's an intrinsic moral order that's grounded below nature, even grounded in the principle of being itself. Okay?
The right to define the moral order to themselves. They have to abide by the moral order, that there's an intrinsic moral order that's grounded below nature, even grounded in the principle of being itself.
Sure.
They have to ally themselves with that. But Eve, interestingly, Eve is tempted by the serpent. Maybe her powers of discrimination are somewhat lax.
Yeah. Sorry about that. That apple looked pretty good, boy. Eve is tempted by the serpent, and also that that serpent was really, really convincing. I mean, snakes talking. Okay, so in the story of Genesis, okay, they can't. Cool. I haven't gotten to that point in We Who Wrestle with God. I'm still like in the introduction phase. They have to abide by the moral order, that there's an intrinsic moral order. Okay, so yeah, there's the moral order. Where are we going with this? Moral order is the key word, and it's given. Okay, and let's put this here. They have to align themselves with that, but Eve, so this is the next point in the story. But Eve, interesting, is tempted by the serpent.
Maybe her proclivity to empathy clouds her. And maybe it's a form of feminine pride. In any case.
Maybe it is. Feminine pride's a thing. Yay. Okay. Eve is interesting, is tempted by the serpent. Why is she tempted? So he gives us some examples. And, oh my God, he's so sexist. Maybe her powers of discrimination are somewhat lacking. My power of spatial awareness is pretty bad. So I can see not being able to understand what's going on. Discrimination of someone lacking, maybe a proclivity to empathy clouds her. That's why the liberal white woman is such a driving force, because she feels so bad about everything. And maybe it's a form of feminine pride, okay, which is like, I will try this thing because why not? Okay, fine, those are cool. That just makes me want to read more or listen more to We Who Wrestle with God, because I'm like, okay, what discussions does he have about this part of the Bible?
The serpent tempts her, telling her that if she ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that she would become like God, which is the one thing God forbade, right? So the idea seems to be something like, the more radical the revolutionary precept, the more likely something Luciferian is behind it. So,
okay. Okay, that's very nice and wishy-washy, but people aren't going to apply this in their everyday lives, I don't think. In any case, it's interesting. That's what you do when you read We Who Wrestle with God. Then it's interesting. In any case, the serpent tempts her, telling her that if she ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, she would become like God. Okay, and it's the one thing God did not want us to do. Forbade. So the idea seems something like, so this is now he'll insert it into sort of vague-ish language, and he goes, it seems like the idea, because that's what you're doing when you're interpreting these symbols and things like that. The idea seems to be something like the more radical and revolutionary the precept, the more Luciferian it is, because it's shaking the boat. It's shaking the cage. It's shaking up the status quo. It's like, oh, the more likely something Luciferian is behind us. Okay, so it could be an indicator. It's a warning. Why is it revolutionary? Or it is revolutionary. I should tread lightly with this. Okay.
So it's a serpent in the garden, so it's clearly something poisonous, but then it gets weirdly associated with the idea of Lucifer, right? Which is a very strange leap. The leap is something like, what's the most poisonous of all possible serpents, right? So then it becomes a meta principle. And it looks to me like it's something like the drive to power.
Okay, hold up. Stand still. Stop playing with apples. I actually had an apple today. Sorry. It was green though, and usually they depict it as red. So there you go. So it's a serpent in the garden. Okay. And yes, it's clearly something poisonous, but then it gets associated with Lucifer. Okay. Which is a strange leap. Okay, that's a very interesting thing. I just want to go back to his book right now. Very strange leap. Okay, the leap is something like, what's the most poisonous all possible serpents, right? So then it becomes a meta principle. Okay, cool. He's just explaining. Okay, poisonous animal equals given associated with Lucifer. without having explicit connection given in the Bible. Okay, this is what he's saying. And so it's a leap. Hence leap. I need to write in there, hence leap. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, what did I click? There we go. That's all I wanted. Okay. I used to be a Hitchens atheist, but going back to church now. Not unlike Lindsay. That's great, Mark. I was, I suppose, a Hitchens sort of atheist. I do still enjoy Hitch slaps, those clips. But yeah, that was my style of atheism. But yeah, back to God, back to church. Not that I'm going to church, but back to the Bible. Okay, so nice to hear that. Poisonous or possible serpents, right? So then it becomes a meta principle. Okay, cool. And it looks to me like it's something like drive to power. Okay, so now he's taking it further. This is the wishy-washy stuff that people are frustrated with. Lindsay goes to church just to give paid speeches. Is he a Catholic? And that fits well with the notion that, well, Marx would be on top. Okay, so this oh, he's relating it back, guys. He's relating it back. Hitchens wasn't wrong in criticizing organized religion and its negative effects. Yeah, I think that's what I was confused with. As a youngin', is my problem was with organized religion and just all of the things around it. And that's why I think Catholicism has created a lot of atheists as opposed to believers. Okay. It looks to me like it's something like the drive to power, and then he's going to connect it to the thing that that he said before. I think I can put this. They don't have to be separate. Yes, they do. Okay. Top of the hierarchy, right? Communists. And Hitler would be on the top of the Nazis. And Mussolini would be on the top of the Italian fascists. Hey, mentioned. Okay.
Power. And that fits well with the notion that, well, Marx would be on top of the communists and Hitler would be on top of the Nazis and Mussolini would be top of the Italian fascists.
Yeah.
So if the...
Okay, we need to go. Sorry, guys. Before you go on, sir, I need to go and put a line to where what he's referring to, because we've gone off track here. Okay, here, because we remember we were all about the Enlightenment and all of this stuff. Remember, we just got Lindsay giving us this thing, where he gives us the it's Marx at the top of this thing, and Hitler at the top. So he's on top, and it's absolutely a top-down pyramid of authority. Yeah, so then he goes, he just does this whole performance here. When is the first time he said it? Break it down, chapter 1. Yeah, Marx is at the top. So he is referring back. Comments. Ninja's speeches. About the creating a new game where they're at the top. Okay. There. Okay, cool. It's nice and corroborative. Okay. Yeah, so if the belief system is pressed into the service of the hierarchical status of its originators, then there tends to be something profoundly Luciferian. So he's just basically saying, it's bad. It's bad, right? And I think he just wanted to use the word Luciferian.
Belief system is pressed into the service of the hierarchical status of its originators, then there tends to be something profoundly Luciferian behind it. Yes.
Yes. So now we're talking at a
Yes. Yes. I think that's good that you do require this when you are describing something. Usually you do this with your eyebrows. Okay, you go like this to like I'm requesting for approval, but he literal request for approval to see if Lindsay follows. But basically all you've said here is, yeah, there's something about it's symbolic like Lucifer, man. It's like the symbol of Lucifer. It's like being tempted by the serpent, man. I don't think it was stupid. It's just symbolic and wishy-washy. So people go like, what? Okay. Okay.
very abstract, deep, whether metaphysical. So now we're talking at a very abstract, deep, whether metaphysical is, I think metaphysical is the right word, level for what represents woke. This isn't going to be.
Yes, I do at least appreciate that Lindsay understands that the level of this conversation is frustrating for a lot of people, and you are just talking about symbolism. You're just doing things that are interesting. Okay, you're just talking interestingly about things that are happening. You're not solving the problem. You're just expanding on it and looking into the meaning of things. Daisy, I do require you not to press buttons on my laptop, please. I mean, on my keyboard, please. Okay. Okay. So belief system is cool. We're good with that. So now we're talking very abstract. You've been doing that for quite a while. And he did try to concretize it by talking about Joe and Dave Smith, but then Joe, Dave Smith, and Douglas, but they actually abandoned it for this symbolic discussion. They were talking about the universities and everything, and then they went off to this symbolic discussion.
Like recognizable to your average Joe on the street who's dealing with, a pride parade.
Oh gosh, and then we also have to go with Peterson here, where he's just like, and pride is one of those sins, and it's like, I understand, but we're trying to keep it together here and stick with one subject. I think I would be able to just speak to Peterson forever, just be, yeah, you give me all the symbolism, because he seems to see life like literature and see symbolism and things like that in all of it. And I enjoy that. Yes, so we're talking a very abstract deep depth, where the metaphysical is. Yeah, is the right word. Level for what represents the work. So that's what we're at. Okay, and he's summarizing what they're doing. Okay, and then going over here. What about it? Okay. What time are we at? Okay, I can change the song, or is it okay? I can change it to a different song for another half an hour. Or do you want to stick with it? Tell me, let me know in the chat. Okay. Because I like this, like, it's so inoffensive, this background music. Doesn't get in the way, it's just got a certain in the back. That's it. Okay. Different song, good. Okay. Let's see. Anyone else? Creamage. I sent you more of the similar songs on Discord. Okay. Then I have to go and just download them. Also, audio clip to use when chat's being retarded. Let's see if you can hear it. Okay, lots of them. Okay, oh, Creamage, you're the best, but I need to listen to these. Listen, guys, I'm really believing in Creamage here, and he might have put like all kinds of hate speech in this music. I'm just putting it in the background. Where is it? TDK, yeah, background. Untitled, is it? One. Okay, let's get it going. Sorry guys, I'm getting music for you. Let's see. Okay. Can you guys hear it? Is it good? Is it okay? I'm gonna download the rest of them, but that one's gonna loop for a while. Really appreciated Creamage. 2 and 3. This is the interlude, guys. Dave crushed Murray. I think Murray crushed Murray, in my opinion. Spoon. Murray crushed Murray. He went in there and did not make himself do himself any favors. I think I've downloaded this one already. Yeah, oopsie. Save as 4. I wish Gad Sad would go on Joe Rogan with Dave Smith there and redo that whole episode with a non-frothy Dave, without Douglas there. Douglas was just frothy. Yeah. His logic was true, but it was very, very hard to get to that logic, Mark. It was very hard to get down to it. What logic are you talking about? The thing of don't throw out absolutely any level of expertise. But what he did is allow everybody to make the argument for him, where he just seemed to say, "Hey, I'm the expert and that's it," because he was not clear enough. This isn't going to be like, okay, recognizable to your average Joe on the street who's dealing with, a pride parade and saying, well, that's woke. I understand woke. Yeah, so again, I'm getting into this thing of, the utility of you using woke is just, it's not there. There's no utility to this. All it's done is confuse people and just piss people off. At first, I thought it was okay because I understood what it meant. And I applied it in a certain place. But rather call them the alt-right then. Rather call them the extreme right. Because now woke meant left. Now you've extracted woke, and I understood that you extracted woke and you placed it on right. But all you've done is just anger people, and none of this happened in a vacuum. And considering what now is going on on Twitter and all of that, it seems like James Lindsay was really just stirring shit. I think Jordan Peterson does believe in this dark triad sort of thing, or whatever, that occurring, but and that he's interested in. He's interested in, like I am, interested in the behavior and the psychology behind doing this kind of thing online and in life, pursuing ideologies when you lack competence and things like that. That I'm interested in, but applying it to the culture war is just it's not useful. So I'll just put a reminder to myself when I go through this. Made no utility. Extreme behavior is not worth it. It just confuses and helps, I guess, helps the extreme left. Okay. This isn't going to be but yeah, there are called pride parades. Yes, we've got that, we understand. And that is the cardinal sin. Lucifer is the pride. Yes, very, very cool, very symbolic. We're here for it.
saying, well, that's woke. I understand woke. But
yeah, and they
this
are
is-
called pride parades.
They are
right?
called
And
pride
the
parades.
and the
Thank you. They are called pride parades. Wow. And guess what? Like this, maybe this is Peterson's moment of, what do you do when you wake up in the morning? And what do you do in the morning? You wake up woke. I think that's it. Hey. Oh yay. CPAFI is still a member, and he's a freeloading because of Shippy, apparently. I appreciate it. We appreciate Shippy. Shippy has had to step out for a bit today. Okay, they're called pride parades, and that and the cardinal, they are called cardinal in the cardinal sin of Lucifer's pride. The desire to replace God, the fundamental order. Yes, that is what he wants to do, and that does this over here does relate back to the idea of gaming the system, giving different rules, playing a different game, to make yourself bring yourself to the top. Moral, replace the moral order so that you're on the top. Okay. Yes. Okay. So basically, all this past few talking points have been, it's about, okay, that is Luciferian. We get it. So I figured something else too recently. Okay. Who's dealing with a pride parade? They're called pride parades. Yeah. Okay. So I figured.
cardinal sin of Lucifer is pride.
Is pride.
Right.
It
And
does
the
fit together
desire
quite-
to replace God, to replace the fundamental moral order. So I figured something else out too recently. So
Oh, he
imagine
did
that
it.
you could find
He figured out something too recently. Imagine that you could found a society on power, okay? Because you can, at least for a short period of time, okay? I'm sure there are people that say there is only power. I think they're in the chat.
found a society on power, because you can, at least for a short period of time. And imagine that you could organize a group of people hedonistically as well. So that would be the real dark side of populism, right? We'll just have the government give people, it's like Pleasure Island in the
Pleasure Island,
Pinocchio video, right? Bread and circuses.
Mhm.
You can get away with that for a while.
You can get away with that for a while, okay? Yes, if you just give people everything, then what? It depends on how you find power. Yeah.
Power, hedonism. You can abandon everything and sink into a pit of nihilism. That's not very effective psychologically or socially. But then
Okay, hold on. You can get away with that for a while. Power. Okay, with power. Then power and hedonism. You can abandon everything and sink into a pit of nihilism. Is this another operation, another thing? How does this follow? Sit still and imagine that you could organize a group of people hedonistically as well. So according to what, just organize them just to go after their pleasures. So that would be the real dark side of populism. Okay. We'll just have the government give people. Okay. Yes. So I understand that. It's like the Treasure Pleasure Island in the Pinocchio. Okay. In the Pinocchio video. Bread and circus. You can get away with that for a while, but then what? Let me see what you're talking about.
that's not very effective psychologically or socially. But then that begs the question that the postmodernists wrecked their ship on, I would say. Is there a unifying principle, a high order unifying principle, I would say? Question of psychologically or everything and sink into a pit of nihilism, hedonism, away with that for a while. Power, hedonism. You can abandon everything and sink into a pit of nihilism. That's not very effective psychologically or socially.
Okay, he just said power and hedonism fragmentedly. So whatever, we'll see if that makes sense in a later episode of speaking. You can abandon everything and sink it. That's not. I have to diagram the waffle because he actually does eventually. He gets to his points, and I enjoy the way he does. I enjoy finding out how he gets to it, how his brain works. Power, hedonism, you can abandon everything and sink into a pit of nihilism, okay, which is not effective, okay. Also shitty, but then what? So this is, I'm putting this separately. Then what? Then what? That begs the question that the postmodernists wrecked their ship on. Okay. Yeah, these are fragments. They don't seem to follow each other. So I'm going to actually put them like this. They're connected in that he says them. Okay. Hi Daisy. Hi Mommy. He does say it follows, and so I'm going to put it here that it follows. But then, so from this actually. From this, we're supposed to get, but you can abandon, not you can abandon, but then it begs the question. You're supposed to get, but then that begs the question. From this over here on the left, needs to beg the question. What does it beg the question? That the postmodernists wrecked their ship on, I would say there's a unifying principle of higher order, unifying principle, meta-narrative idea. Okay, this is as far as I got, I think. No. I think I might have just lost my mind at this point. I might have been doing something a bit more strenuous at the time.
But then that begs the question that the postmodernists wrecked their ship on, I would say. Is there a unifying principle, a high-order unifying principle? That's the meta-narrative idea, right? Because the cardinal proclamation of postmodernism is that there's no pinnacle meta-narrative. There's no upper union.
Yeah.
But I think that's wrong. I think that
Okay, cool. I'm going to take the but I think that's wrong. That's cute, but it's wrong. Okay. But I think that's wrong, which we knew you didn't like. This is the wrong color. Sorry. None of you noticed that. Well, I didn't notice, you noticed it. So. Okay, that's wrong. I think that the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice is foundational. Okay, so this is his belief that he's like, this is what will be, and I think that that's the narrative that runs through the biblical. Of course, it's going to be biblical.
The principle of voluntary self-sacrifice is foundational, and I think that's the narrative that runs through the biblical corpus.
Yeah,
right?
You've given very, very eloquent.
Corpus. So he's here just trying to make Peterson like, look, I understand you. So that this is his opinion. The postmodernists don't really have something, but power is one that you could have as a unifying. As a unifying, what does he call it? Principle. But this is the ideal. So Peterson's music fits the fluffage on display. Peterson's ideal, what he thinks is the core, the game we're playing, or what he thinks is the principle. Okay. Okay, what do we get here? So Lindsay says something.
Speeches on that.
Yeah.
You've given very eloquent speeches. Eloquent speeches on that. Are your speeches eloquent? You've given very eloquent speeches on that. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution to this conversation. Okay, which, I mean, that is what people in the chat have even kind of gotten from him. It's about more about living your life, how you live it. Okay, what else?
Well, and so then we would have a dynamic where one, because we're trying to figure out how to identify the Luciferian players.
Is that what we're doing? You guys have lost track. You've gone a little bit into the weeds here. Is that what we're doing now? Because what you were doing previously, okay, is you were talking about you brought that up. Then you were talking about you started this about Douglas and Joe. Then you went off to try and talk about Douglas and Joe. Went off a little bit and then landed up speaking about universities. Then you went here and you said let's talk about the hierarchy idea. So we did, and that was very enriching. And now we're calling the hierarchies Luciferian, and we need to identify them. We did a whole bunch of work. We've done a whole bunch of work over here. The Lucifer idea. Okay, guys, so we still are on the Lucifer idea. This is all about it, but you guys are do you see yourselves going back? Pointing back? Sorry, I need to do that. You keep going back places, man. Okay. But it's fine. The whole idea of mapping it is so that I can point to where they're going. They aren't completing their metaphors. Yeah, they don't. Your friend, when you're speaking, it's actually better that your partner finishes or uses the metaphor once you've finished it to show that they understand it. But what we've got from James Lindsay over here is you said some nice speeches, and you can see that's like a non-answer, because Peterson continues his thoughts. Like that's a non-answer to Peterson. He can hardly hear that.
Sure, exactly.
Because we're trying to figure out how to identify the would have a dynamic.
Features on that.
Yeah. Well, and so.
Yeah, and so he goes on to his own thing. Like, thanks for that. I guess he just wanted to give a reply so that he could say he was part of the conversation. But I think a lot of conversations with Jordan Peterson are just him thinking out loud, and that's part of why people fell in love with him, okay? I like listening to him thinking out loud, okay? So if you don't, put on some noise-cancelling headphones. Okay. So then we could have dynamic where?
Then we would have a dynamic where one, because we're trying to figure out how to identify the Luciferian players.
Sure.
I'm gonna put this. We would have one. Remember, we did it before. I got annoyed. He didn't finish a thought, and then he later on got to it, and I was very excited about how it happened. Okay, so I want to see if this happens again. So he goes here, so the dynamic way one, and he's starting a thought. Let's see if we get back to that sentence. He did it previously. I enjoyed it. Okay, but now he's realized, wait, the whole point of what we're doing is we're trying to figure out how to identify the Luciferian players. Okay, that is, if you go back to the topic, returning to the topic, main topic. Okay, which is this. Yep. Yeah, which is basic. It's the whoopsie. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's see what happens. Yeah, and come on. Fucking hate this. Scroll nonsense. Okay. Okay, let's say. Okay, what are we trying to do? How do we identify them? Who are the ones with horns?
That seems reasonable because we're trying to figure out how to identify the Luciferian players.
Sure,
say.
exactly.
That seems reasonable, right? So they're in love with the
That seems reasonable. Cool. So they're in love with the creations. That seems to be like it can be on its own.
creations of their own intellect. but that intellect is not serving the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. It's serving the principle of power.
Right.
You're
So he is saying it's not doing that, which is what he brought up as the ideal, brings back that. Okay, this is not serving Luciferian serves, does not serve self-sacrificing principle. Jordan identified as ideal. Okay, so he's just repeating. I think it's basically some sort of repeat back here. Not that, sorry. Over here. No, is it down here? Yeah, there. I don't even need that if it's not that far away. Okay. Cool.
remember in the gospel account when Christ is in the desert, the third temptation.
Okay, this it's serving the principle of power. Is here. This metaphysical stuff turns you off, but you get it now. I like it. It's hard going. It's like walking through molasses, and then you get tiny little bits out, and you're like, this is all I was looking for. Like that, you guys made me dig through all of these words just for you to find the symbolism and see what you're talking about. Cool. Serving the principle of power. Like this sort of note, it's serving the principle of power. That sort of stuff is valuable to me. Like, I can see what they mean about it. Right, and remember in the gospel account, okay, so we've just got this. I think I'm going to put that there. When Christ is in the desert of the third temptation that Satan lays before him is the temptation of power. Yes, he says everything that you see before you. Yeah.
That Satan lays before him is the temptation of power.
That's right.
Right.
Everything that you see before you.
Yes.
Matthew.
Oh, look at him. Matthew 4. Look at him quoting scripture. Look at him. He help you. Okay. Collaboration. And showing Peterson. He also looks at scripture. He's also read some scripture. Okay. Let's put you here. Come. This is tough going. We still have a session tomorrow though. Okay, paste. Okay. Continue.
Matthew 4.
If you follow me.
That's right.
Right. So that seemed okay. So you don't have any problem with the underlying dynamic of that?
No, not at all. No, not at all. And
he's actually kind of waiting for Lindsay to disagree with him, because a lot of the time Peterson is saying, "Are you okay? Do you agree with this?" And then he's like, "No, that I have nothing wrong with that." So it seems like Peterson is like waiting for this disagreement to occur, but it never does. Yes, Matthew, you follow. That's right? So that seemed okay. You don't have any problem with the underlying dynamic? Not at all. Okay. Why would he? Or does he not follow? Maybe he just doesn't follow. Like, maybe he just doesn't follow. That's maybe what's actually happening. Okay. So that seemed okay. So you? Not at all. And he goes, yeah, of that. No, not at all. Let's bring this back here, please. Mouse pad. I'm going to say maybe he doesn't follow. or care. To disagree, sorry. Okay, and I want you here. More literal requests for what for Murray? What's not Murray? For James. Perhaps he expected. Not to agree. Daisy, come here. Making me knock my microphone. You knocking the microphone. This poor microphone. It's also full of your fur. Thank you. Here was a tail. Okay. No, not at all. Okay, and now I see a fruitful discussion. Okay, could you have this fruitful discussion that is now mythical?
I see, a fruitful discussion because, this is of course very high order thinking and expressing, but the experience for people on the ground is exactly what we were mentioning earlier. It's those traits of the dark tetrad, like Machiavellianism and all of this. So they're going to experience, what does that look like in everyday experience? The swarm.
Okay, so he's bringing it back. I think, he didn't care. I'm leaning more towards he didn't really care enough to disagree. He wants to get to the concrete discussion. So he's like, I appreciate your highfalutin metaphysical discussions, Mr. Peterson, but let's talk about back on the ground for people. So that's why he's like, I see it is a very fruitful conversation because, it's this course, very high order thinking and expressing, but the experience for people on the ground is exactly what we're mentioning earlier. So he wants to get back to that. I think I'll put a note in there. There's Lindsay, James. Back to concrete rather than symbolic discussion. And he tried it over here. Even though he himself interrupted to say woke to get to the symbolism thing. But yeah, this isn't going to be recognizable to your average Joe on the street who's dealing with. So he kind of made it known that he wants to talk about something else. Let's see. Suggesting concrete examples now and leave symbolism. After his little faux pas there. So we've got that here. Okay. And a fruitful discussion because this is okay. Very high order thinking and expressing. But the experienced people on the ground is exactly what we're mentioning earlier. What they're mentioning earlier is those traits of. So he has to precursor this, and then it's the traits of the dark. This is where I'm at with the woke. This is what I thought you were talking about when you spoke about woke right, dude. That's what I thought. I was fooled, apparently, because the traits of the dark tetrad, like Machiavellianism, all of that, that's what I was on. But now you're apparently accusing normal people of doing that, and that's just wrong. I don't know how you even spell Machiavelli. Silly kitty. You know what? I'm sorry. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. What does it look like? Okay, so they're going to experience. What does that look like in everyday? Yes, tell us.
On social media, this experience. What does that look like in everyday experience? The swarm.
In everyday experience. This is good enough for me. I don't need you to name people. It's for me to go. Let's see. This is a way for me to have some alarm bells go off. Okay, for me. The swarms on social media. Okay, yes. which is why I came to I was like, oh, I got a little taste of it. The cancel culture. No, I didn't get a taste of that. Thank goodness. The struggle session. Seen some of those. This kind of stuff. The lying and the manipulation. The victimization, I didn't get any victimization. The people who don't like me when I say stupid shit. Or the people that actually literally say stupid shit in the DMs. Those are the people I'm talking about. Are the people that reply to your comments, your normal tweets with the N-word. Those kinds of people. Struggle session, this kind of thing, okay. Then what? Hello, baby girl Daisy, you're so beautiful. Yes, me. You. This kind of stuff. The lying and manipulation, victimization, the gaslighting, okay. Okay, so this is his examples. Lying and manipulation. Okay, we need you. This is hilarious. If you the lying and manipulation, we need to hold on. Seems like I call people the N-word all the time. They're mostly white people. Yeah, I don't like it. Lindsay telling on himself again, right? Seems like this is exactly what Lindsay is currently doing. He's saying woke is one thing, and over here, woke is one thing here, and using it broadly outside of this conversation. And then I guess I'll put to read his timeline in comparison. Okay, lying and manipulation. Oh, oops, that's the wrong color. Yes, Daisy girl. I see you twitching your ears at me, girl. I need to find my other webcam. But the thing is, a Daisy cam is really useless because Daisy is always up and down. Honestly. I'll be switching it on and off. Okay. It'll be called lap cam. There is nothing. Okay, it's called, okay, what are you doing? Victimizing and the gaslighting, okay?
Forms on social media, this cancel culture, the struggle session, this kind of stuff, the lying and the manipulation.
The cries of victimization.
The gaslighting and
so we are collaborating on this, the lying, the manipulation, and then he gives an example because we are doing a collab. So he even says the cries of victimization. Does he say the gaslighting? Okay. Okay.
It's called sometimes DARVO, deny, attack, reverse the roles of victim and offender. When you
DARVO, deny, attack, reverse the role as victim and offender. Okay. So is he like trying to have both sides? Say that this is he can criticize the left and criticize the right for these things. I'm okay with that. But it seems like he doesn't support the reasonable right or the reasonable left. I don't know if there is such thing.
You catch a psychopath out, it's an acronym DARVO. They deny that
there's a number of people operating like that
that's right.
at the moment.
It's everywhere. And so these
There's a number of people. It's everywhere. We've had that for many, many years. And you have now, because we have people doing that sort of thing with the right ideology, it works. Okay, when you catch a psychopath. What? The transcript has messed me up.
these are the they deny
Yes,
that
there's a
they
number-
the psychopath out. They do an attack, reverse the roles of victim and offender. When you catch a psychopath out, they do it's an acronym DARVO. They deny.
Okay. They deny that there's a number of people operating like that everywhere. Oh, sorry. They deny there's they deny, and then we have an interruption. Interruption. We've got there's a number of people doing that. Okay. There's a number of people operating that everywhere. Okay, cool, fun. We're working together to be agreeable. Look at us being agreeable. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Even in the chair across from you. It could be me. Okay. Okay. What's next? Are you gonna give us anything?
Deny that
There's a
it's
number
them.
of people operating like
Yeah,
that
that's right.
at the
It's
moment.
everywhere. And so these are the experiences. So the expression that I could give to tie people just to bring woke right back to the conversation.
Okay. So these are the experiences. I see them. It makes me go. Can I get a summary block? Okay. So the expression that okay, what do you want? The expression that I could give to tie people to just bring back the woke rights. Yes, conversation we're familiar with now. Okay.
Is we're familiar now with the machinations of woke left,
Mm-hmm.
right? And what I would say is, well, what's woke right is same energy, different direction. You have all of those same exact, whether it's Luciferian at the high level, whether it's struggle sessions, Machiavellianism,
Well, we've got a
sadism at the low
hierarchy
level.
there. It's like it's Luciferian.
Oh gosh, no! You. I know you were trying to refer back to it so that you could close it off nicely and have a nice conclusion by tapping on the points you've had along the way with him. But you set Jordan Peterson off with that. Okay, bring work right back to the conversation. We're familiar with machinations of the work left. I'll keep out your work left right because it's annoying. I know I did it earlier when I say left right. Okay, these are the experiences. Okay, so these are things that he's saying look out for. The swarms of social media. So this swarming, yes. The cancel culture, yes, I've seen that. Struggle session, seen that. It's kind of like you're not based enough, I suppose. The lying depends on the person. The manipulation depends on the person. What are they manipulating you doing? The cries of victimization, there are some people that will then be like, it is the kind of, oh well, I'm being oppressed kind of person, but they are usually, they're not, you won't really get that as, okay, oh, I guess you will. You get the person that says, I'm being silenced by the media. And that's my victimization card. And they lean on it heavily. Okay, and the gaslighting, that just is part of manipulation. So I'll put that over here. No, don't go. Okay, and you go into the summary. Okay, these are this summary, bro. You're supposed to take it. Okay, everywhere, and so these are the experiences. So the expression that I could give to the people, just bring work right back to the conversation. Bring the work right back. We're familiar now with the machinations of the work left. Okay, and what it is same energy. Left to right, and what I would say is, well, what's work right? It's the same energy, different direction. Okay. I guess that can be in this block as well. Same energy, different direction. I would say it's not. Same energy is the word that's in online parlance. Okay, I'd say maybe it's same machine, same mechanism, different fuel. Did you guys hear it? Did it wake you up? Yes, why couldn't he use tactics instead of something as vague as energy? Absolutely, he's using no audio? What the hell? I heard it. I heard it. It's human mechanism. Oh, no, boy, I heard it. Let's see. Let's do something. Just hold on. I want to check something. Oh, sorry. Yeah, one. It's supposed to be, I'll even put it at 90%. Yeah, maybe it was just too low. Let's do this one. Meow, 2. Or you know what, to wake you guys up. Did I wake you up? You guys definitely heard that, come on. Or was it distorted? Okay, I tried. Okay, what I would say is all your keyboard belong to Cat. It does. What I would say is, well, that's work right. Same energy, different direction. I'm going to put your comment in there, Waffle. Didn't hear anything. Wait. Media. No, it should be there. Not very loud, but yeah, you heard it. I do have a really cool keyboard. It's got cats on it. There's a cat. It's got Chi from Chi Sweet Home on it. Okay. Okay, so let's get back to it. Sorry, I tried again as usual. Okay, I would say work right a different direction. Let's go to. Ow! Did it hurt? Okay. Waffle. Why couldn't he say waffle fry? Why couldn't use tactics instead of something vague as energy? I agree. Maybe he's trying to appeal to the Gen Zers. It's giving left. It's giving woke. That's what I'm getting. Is that energy? Same energy. That's maybe he's just trying to speak internet. Hey, fellow kids. It's giving woke, right? Okay. Okay, where are we at? What now?
The core.
Does he get yeah, he's he triggered it's giving Lucy vibes, yes. He triggered Peterson's symbolism. So just hold on. We've got the different direction. Oh yes, there. You have all of those same exact, whether it's Luciferian at the high level, see, whether it's struggle sessions, Machiavellianism, there is, like, it's Luciferian at the core. Wait, did he say then we've got the cluster B? Did he get to it? Sorry, I need to go back.
In a exact, whether it's Luciferian at the high level, whether it's struggle sessions, Machiavellianism,
Well, we've got a
sadism at the
hierarchy
low level.
there. It's like it's Lucifer.
Sadism at the low level. Even at the high level, whether it's struggle sessions, Machiavellianism, so he just says there's many levels. This is basically what he's doing. He's just try to end off or try to connect to the what's the name, the previous deep discussion or high-level discussion, but landed up triggering Peterson commentary instead. Okay. One of them with its version struggle. There is Luciferian at the core, yes. And then we've got there's the tetrad traits. He said there's a hierarchy there, just hold on. Okay, there it's like Luciferian at the core. So the transcript completely ignored Peterson here.
Sessions, Machiavellianism,
Well, we've got a
sadism at the low
hierarchy
level.
there.
We've got a hierarchy there. He actually says a lot. Well, we've got a hierarchy. He's actually giving us the levels at which we were talking, and Lindsay just wanted to move on. But yes, I know that there were several levels, and he's like, "Let me tell you which levels there are." Okay, we'll have. Oh, this would have been great, Screamage. It would have been great if James gave 20 examples of what is work right and what is just right, with justification for each. The entire what is work right discourse is just people talking past each other. Yes, they are saying this is work right, and they go, no, this is work right. They are. The whole discussion is he made up this label, and we're trying to find the way this person over here uses this label is not the same as somebody else using it over there. So it's more, I feel like it's more of a dud label than woke used to be, because people be like, oh my god, no, people never know how to define woke. Like, whoa, hold on, we know it, we know what it is. You've now fucked it up even more. Woke is actions, not beliefs or behavior. That's why it doesn't work. Not beliefs. No, it is behavior. It's supposed to be a behavior, isn't it? It's behavior, and it doesn't. The beliefs are the things that change. It's the behavior that he's stuck on, which is what I was understanding him to say, but not seeing the utility of it anyway. We've got a hierarchy. Sorry. What do we do with this hierarchy, sir?
It's Luciferian at the core. Then we've got the cluster B, dark tetrad.
Okay, he got it. Okay, so it's Luciferian at the core. We've got that. So that that the transcript does not ignore him. Okay, we've got a hierarchy there. It's Luciferian at the core. Okay, then we've got what? Then we've got the cluster B. Okay. Dark tetrad traits, yes, because we're coming a bit closer down to earth. When we're talking about Lucifer, we're over here in the metaphysical, and then when we start into the cluster B and stuff, that's coming more down to earth. I'm following you and I love it. Okay.
Traits, then there's the mechanisms.
That's right. That's right.
Then there's the mechanisms. Okay. Then so that would be going forward. Then there's the mechanisms. I like the word mechanisms to be used here, not just behaviors. This is like motivations. This is just symbolism, metaphysical discussion. Okay, then intentions behind it, things driving the behavior, psychological drivers, traits driving behavior or driving actions. Behavior, same thing. And then the mechanisms are the actions themselves. Being AFK the last 2 hours, going back in time to see Saga and stuff, and we'll forward back to Lindsay after time travel. Woo! CSI bring you. Cluster B tetrad traits differentiated. Sorry, let's get to. And then there's the mechanisms described, right? So those are the mechanisms you're talking about. Okay, which is the actions used. actions carried out by actors. And one of the things that I've added for when Sabaringu gets back, because of the discussion that Sargon had, this and just part of the discussion I had with chat during the Sargon thing, is that there are people in the same way, because I think it was one of what things that Waffle said was not all of the people that are, say, of the woke right that I'm talking about would have cluster B dark tetrad traits. They wouldn't have that, because there are people that are literally, for me, the way I understood that was, there are people that are misled by the core psychopaths, okay, and they have emotional reasons and things and things like that make them the core, that drive them to be part of this identity. Then there's these behaviors that they engage in, and then there's people that will leave the left and leave the right when they become enlightened, because you have had that. You have people that have left the left when they get burnt, like and there is, if you speak to people like Leon, like there are people that you even in a media sense, when you're talking about video games and whatever, you can actually come across this woke right that really is exactly what the leftists were calling all of us, the racist, the actual bigot, the actual, all of those people. You do come across them. They exist, and they find you inadequate. They think that you are too lefty, and you are not based enough. So that is a thing that is happening. The fact that there are, I suppose the thing is, it's not as big as wokeness, because wokeness was in the government, right? But yeah. So this is literally it. Okay, it's a circle that you can, the core of it. Okay, we've got hierarchy. So the core of it, it's Luciferian. So it's like, oh, okay. What's the difference between bigotry and discrimination? Discrimination is a function. You discriminate when you are a bigot. Discerning is a different thing. Distinction is a different thing to discrimination. When you can see the difference between, you can say, that person is a black person, I'm a white person, that's discerning that they are black and I'm white. That they look this way and that way. Discrimination and bigotry is, that person is black, therefore they are less than me. That's the difference. You put a value on what you have observed, and and also what you have observed, the thing that you've done. Bigotry, when you see someone as less than you, just for something that's immutable, get the fuck out. When you see a criminal and and you say, look, this person is guilty of this. Yes, they are less than you. You are better than them. I'm okay with that. Does right want to conserve the Western standard of individualism, or does it want to adopt radical racial collectivism based on real threats whites face? Yeah, that kind of makes me go, that in relation to what Sargon was talking about, Mark, that I understand more about what you're saying there. If I'd read this message yesterday, I would have been like, whoa, what's going on? But understanding that idea of, yes, we do value individualism, but that doesn't mean we completely remove ourselves from nation states, from collectives at all. We don't throw out our collectivism just for the individual. We can't go to the extreme of it. You're only an individual and you're just replaceable and whatever. You're then cutting out a huge thing of what makes humans human, which is their collective culture and the way that they interact with each other. So yeah. No, tiger is illegal. We value individualism when it's only in a homogeneous nation. When it's trace tribalism comes first. That's a reality. Okay. How far are we even into this video? Yeah, we are not even halfway. So, as much as I've enjoyed chat, React, we can discuss this further at a different stage. Okay, I'm gonna go back into the diagram now. Come with me. Argue with me about what's on the diagram. Okay. There's mechanisms. Okay, we are arguing about that mechanisms. Okay, so the mechanisms described, right? Cool, we're good. This was the understanding I had. This was the understanding of work rights. And now I don't know what Lindsay went on with.
Right. So that's a differentiated. Then that gives us a way of identifying.
So if we use the
that gives us a way of identifying it too. Yes, it gives us a way of describing it, mechanisms. Okay. Right. So that's a differential that gives us a way of identifying it. So, okay, so let the man cook. Okay. Differentiated, then it gives us a way of identifying it as well. So then it's differentiated, yes. Okay, as well. Now what do we get?
kind of, pop word of the day of, vibes or energy. It's same energy.
See? He did use it. I didn't even realize that. It must have been in the back of my mind that he did use the current terminology. Do you see that?
Different pop word of
Then that gives us a way of identifying.
So if we use the kind of, pop word of the day of,
Yeah, so he's just repeating himself. This is the we'll put a play button here because he's repeating himself to use the pop word. He's just repeating himself because we know that Peterson went off on a tangent. So if we use the kind of pop word of the day, vibes or energy, it's the same energy, different direction. Okay, but I'm sorry, you can't make it that relatable. The people that use the word vibes and energies, they don't use them in this context. Okay, I use the words. I'm sorry, vibes and energy has become part of my lexicon. So if we use the kind, of pop word of the day, so I actually wanted, I did. He was using. I think we can do this. Because it's a popular phrase online. Okay, so that's part of why he didn't say mechanisms, because you see, there's Peterson using the word mechanisms. I would have understood mechanisms, tactics. I love the freaking word mechanism. It's one of my favorite words, right? Peterson wants to use that. It makes sense to use the word mechanism and tactics or whatever, but he's like, nah, I'm going to use this language over here. So that we did find out what actually he was talking about. Okay, if we use the kind of pop, blah, same energy, different direction.
Vibes or energy. It's same energy, different direction. This is exactly like what I was already saying with Marx versus fascism, or communism versus fascism. And we could go as weirdly deep as you want. There's a few.
Go. Tell us about Marxism and fascism, but don't do it performatively the way that you did, like where you're proclaiming. We spoke about Marx and Nazi Germany. It was very over the top. Just I guess I'm more of a fan of Jordan Peterson's over the top than James Lindsay's over the top. Let's go to background music number 2. Okay.
Few ways to get to it. Like you say, well, obviously communism's an, kind of the arch progressive ideology, but I would disagree. It's probably fascism, but differently.
But differently. Okay, we could go as really deep as you want, which he seems to have not wanted them to go. Okay, really deep as you like. There's a few ways to get to it, like you say. Okay, so fine. I'll keep that by itself. It's just introduction. Obviously, communism is a kind of arch progressive ideology. Yes, that's the point. So that would need that means different direction, right? Communism would be different direction to, I don't know, well, I guess no, socialism, it's the same. Okay, obviously communism is a kind of arch progressive ideology, but okay, but I disagree. Who said I disagree?
Communism was actually absurd. It's probably communism's in kind of the arch progressive ideology, but I would disagree. Well, obviously, communism's in kind of the arch progressive ideology, but I would disagree. It's probably fascism.
Okay, okay, so arch. Okay, he's saying communism is a kind of the arch progressive ideology. You would name it that, but he disagrees. It would actually probably be fascism. Okay. But anyway, he goes back to that point. Oopsie, by the way, I said that, but I don't mean it. But also, let's go here.
But differently, communism was actually obsessed. If you read Marx, he's obsessed. What was this? Well, the quote: "Positive transcendence of private property is human self-estrangement."
Oh, he's doing what I said I didn't want him to do. Okay, he's doing the profession. I do declare, he's got a. I accused Tim of having the script that he wanted to refer to, and he's gone back to it. So so he brings this up and he's like, shit, okay, we're not going to talk about it. It's like, obviously communism is the arch, it's viewed as the most left, I suppose, when he says this is what I'm kind of hearing here, is he the most left, considered the most left, the most left ideology. Okay, and then he goes, I think it would be fascism, which I'm not too sure I'm with you on that. That would be fascism is the most woke by your definition. So, okay, let's see where you're going. You are thinking out loud. It's not as fun as Peterson's thinking out loud, but we'll come with you. Okay, but well, obviously communism is kind of arch progressive. Cool. Well, but differently. Okay, whoopsie, we come back to communism was actually obsessed. Okay, if you read Marx, we're going to replay button you. Okay, because the quote, what was the quote? Positive transcendence of private property is human self-estrangement and therefore a complete return to man. Okay, to what of man, to what his real true self is. It's obsessed. So this is a repeat with we've been alienated all the way back to the beginning. Okay, this is again, this is over the top. This is what I mean by over the top. Okay, he starts word salading and word vomiting.
And therefore a complete return of man to what? His real true self. It's obsessed with state of nature. It's obsessed with, we've been alienated all the way back to the beginning. For him, private property marks the fall.
Okay. For him, private property marks the fall. So the serpent came along and didn't offer an apple, but offered the fundamental right to exclude to private property. But you do the same general concept. So he's using the symbology. So they're obsessed with looking all the way back. I agree with this. I understand his framing of this. But yeah, it's he gets very excited with it and runs. I suppose this is the same thing as Peterson going off about Lucifer.
So the serpent came along and didn't offer an apple, but offered the fundamental right to exclude private property. But you have the same general concept. So they're obsessed with looking all the way back to the state of nature.
Well, not.
Okay, all the way back to the state of nature. To the state of nature. To what they believe is the state of nature, because the state of nature is actually quite fucking brutal, boys. It's not that fair. It's monkeys. State of nature is very monkey-like, very uncivilized, very, you irritated me, I'm going to rip your eyes out. Okay. state of nature as they view it. Okay, then he goes, well. So he's just making it related. Well, that's also unbelievably effective move on the psychopathic side, because the basic criminal attitude is, I've dealt with criminal types. Thank you. He's an expert. So Douglas, he's allowed to talk about it. Okay.
Is also an unbelievably effective move on the psychopathic side, because the basic criminal attitude is, and I've dealt with criminal types quite a lot, it's pretty straightforward. It's perfectly fine for me to take what you have because you took it.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
And that's exactly
That's how communism works. That's the way you convince people to go for communism. It was all stolen. It is perfectly fine for me to take what you have because you took it. It's pretty straightforward. It's perfectly fine to take stuff because you stole it. That's how people go into communism. That's how it's justified in communism. I get it. I'm okay with that view, that correct characterization. It fits. Okay. But
Marx has just nailed that perfectly.
That's exactly what it is.
Property is theft. As soon as
so Marx nailed it. Oh, Lindsay wants to talk instead. That's right. And so Marx has just nailed it perfectly. Okay. I'm a cat. And a cat, and a dance. No Name subscribed. Thank you for subscribing, No Name. And maybe you're not a bot because you don't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in your username. So, thank you. And apparently none of you guys could hear that. So Marx has just nailed that perfectly. Cool. I think they would describe it as taking back what is stolen from you. Yes. With a criminal, they're like, well, you stole it, you don't deserve it, it's fine. But in communism, it's like, well, it was mine already. It was mine. This is the original bot. No Name, yeah. Just nailed that perfectly. That's exact property is property is theft. You know what's theft? Taxation! Okay, cool. It works. It speaks to the criminal. So basically, he's just going back. This is a repeated idea of criminal minds being particularly susceptible to such ideologies. Criminal, or they'd say criminal/immoral minds, criminal/antisocial. Okay. Cool. But now we're repeating, boys, and I don't want to be swirling around. Okay? I don't want to be swirling the drain here.
property is theft, the criminal is the moral agent. And that happened in the Soviet Union, right? Because in the
that's exact. Properly, as soon as property is theft, the criminal is the right. As soon as property is theft, the criminal is the right moral agent. Yeah. So the criminal is justice. They are just in what they're doing. Why am I watching this? And I'm trying to get. I want them to stop swirling. So because I have found some good things.
prisons,
along the way,
criminals were treated as moral agents, whereas the political prisoners were treated as, what would you say, the kinds of heretics who deserved nothing but the longest possible sentence of death. Right.
Okay. So you're a freedom fighter. And that has happened in the Soviet Union, right? Because its prisons criminals were treated as moral agents, whereas the political prisoners were treated kinds of heretics. Cool. Okay, now he's just going goes upwards and then downwards. Deserve nothing but the longest possible sentence and death. Cool. Lindsay's gonna probably try and pull back the reins here. He's like, yeah, I want to talk though. Cool. You've made your point, but I want to talk. Okay.
Right, because the criminals were victims. If property is theft, criminals are victims. That's a hell of a
Okay, if property is theft, criminals are victims, so he needs to get this out. Because the criminals were victims. If property is theft, criminals are victims. That's a hell of a satisfying outcome for criminals. Yes. Okay, this is basically what he's saying here. Okay. And this is actually the same block, unfortunately. All of this is. Okay. Okay, cool. This actually could all go in here. This is a whole one idea just expressed. Okay, for a big outcome for the criminals. Okay, so just many words replying, rewording your thing. And I wonder if James Lindsay pushes back here to get his own point in.
Satisfying outcome for the criminals.
That's right. And so what you have in that same paragraph, so you have Mark.
That makes me laugh because it is a paragraph. He did this. This is a big paragraph. He knows exactly what he's talking about. In that paragraph, in that same paragraph, you just spat at me, Mr. Peterson. This is what I'm going to do with it.
Saying that what we're going to do is get back to our state of nature, but we're not going to go back.
So he wants to go. So we've got Property is Theft by Jordan Peterson, and we've got State of Nature by James Lindsay. So remember in the Tim Pool debates we had, we're at a time of war. No, we had is Washington, is Lincoln a dictator, and time of war. We had those things, not a time of war. The two phrases of this entire diagram are, I've decided, what's it? Property is theft, and what's it? The get back to the state of nature. Because we're just going to repeat this over and over, aren't we? Okay. So he's not giving us anything new. I was excited for him to interrupt to give us something new, but he's just going to go and continue his previous point in that same paragraph. So you have Marx saying what we're going to do is get back to our state of nature. It's just a response there. State of nature, but we're not going to go back. We're going to transcend. We're going to go even further. Okay.
It's not going back. He's just discussed Babeuf and the failure of the French Revolution commune model. It was all low end. It was, grubby. It was dirty. They had no high culture. They had not, same as Hitler's interest, no high culture. He says this is wrong. We're going to have a transcendence. So we're not going to go back to state of nature. We're going to transcend. And all he's doing is rehashing Rousseau, which had passed through Hegel and Schiller. And what Rousseau had said is we need.
Okay, you're performing disagreement with Marx. This is in you don't need to do this on the Peterson show.
To be, because he wanted to live a free libertine lifestyle, not liberal but libertine, but he liked being a citizen, didn't he? And so he wanted to savages made to live in cities. That's, in the French, however, but that's what he literally called them. Savages made to live in cities. That's the completion of man. The omega of man, alpha.
Oh gosh, here we go. Now then he's like, okay, I'm floundering here, so I'm going to go to the symbolism of it. To live a free, he wanted to live a free. I'm keeping these walls of text because that's basically what you're doing here. He's just giving us rehashes, literally giving us the same idea again, the same words, same people, but now he's just gone a little bit further. Which, usually that helps. But for me, it's wall of text. It's the French, however, that's literally called the savage and made to live in cities. So look, I know Marx is what he's basically doing here, just going through knowledge of Marx and disagreeing with him. Okay, cool. That's all you're doing in your big paragraph. Okay. And I guess that's important to some people. I don't think it's wrong to say civilization means cities. And so far it is a great indication of man's ability to rise above. that he didn't mention the idea of noble savage. No, he's not talking about noble savages. Savages, yeah. Beginning, but now you have all the high culture and benefits of all the production. Okay, so this is the main point. Okay, so he does all of this to say, but this is the bit that is transcendence. Now, but now. But now you have all the high culture and benefits of all the production in between. So that's what I'm getting from you. You went on that whole shebang over here just so that you could say we transcend. He's just expanded on the word transcending. Disagreeing with him, through going through knowledge of Marx and disagreeing with him. He has to disagree with him along the way as he describes it. Okay. He goes transcendence goes beyond state of nature. What he means by transcendence. I can just feel that when I go through this again on my own without the video, because that's what I do, what I've started doing for the summary videos, to go over it by itself. This will feel like quite a murky chapter. Okay, so it's a perfectly paradoxical and impossible thing, but Mark calls it the riddle of history solved. Okay, so this is just more waffle. I'll put it over there. Paradoxical and impossible. I'm actually going to put it here because we are moving backwards in the conversation for you saying this. Okay, it's calls it the riddle of history solved that knows itself to be its own solution. Like that is very Douglas of him.
Of man is the primitive communist. The omega of man is when you reach the point where you're you have the same sharing attitude and liberated lifestyle as the beginning, but now you have all the high culture and benefits of all the production in between. So it's a perfectly paradoxical and impossible thing, but Marx calls it the riddle of history solved that knows itself to be its own solution.
Okay.
What does the future hold for business?
that helps. What does the future hold for business? It's a great time to put in your promotion.
And so that's
that
the alpha and the omega.
So that libertine offer.
The and so that's the alpha and omega. Okay, so look, I use the symbols. Okay. He circled around himself, right? Because he said the alpha and omega, and then he actually repeated himself within this. If I go through here and break it up into little blocks, there will be repetition blocks. But all I've done here to save you guys time is put a play button here. He just repeats himself. Okay, and here he repeats himself again within one block. Okay. Okay, so the alpha and omega. So that libertine. Okay, so now I think we have Peterson talking.
Offering is an interesting twist.
That's
the
alpha and the omega.
So that libertine offering is an interesting twist. I've been trying to puzzle out. I wrote this article with Jonathan Pajot on the Scarlet Beast.
I don't know. Pajot on the Scarlet Beast. So we're going back into symbolism, boys. I enjoyed this. Okay, when I first listened to this podcast, I enjoyed this because I liked the symbolism, I like the Bible, I like all of that idea. Okay. Right now, I am primed to be irritated with him. Okay, because I've been listening to them very, very in a lot of is it possible to download a waffle icon? Oh, that's true. You know what? Hold on, hold that thought. There must be a sticker. Search illustrations waffle. Oh, come on. Okay, so I would have to put a sticker of waffle. Fast food pancake. Let's say food. See what happens. Yeah, so these we've got stickers that we can use. That's a pancake. Those are pancakes. Chips. Yeah, but I could essentially childlike. Okay, I could download here. Do you guys see anything? There's a toaster. I think the closest for now would be this, which is actually pancakes, which I think that's hilarious because pancakes rule. Okay, so there. The thing is that they become very massive. Markers. Right, that's stickers. Plus this is. Wait, food and drink. Do we have a waffle? No, there's a pancake there. We got a taco. There. There could be waffles on top of each other. Do you see it? Waffles for life. No, pancakes. I don't have a but happy to translate. Okay, anyway. Cyrillic. Oh, did somebody speak in Cyrillic in my chat? Okay. Yeah, there's no what. And also, I wish it was icon, because the icons, these things here, tags, these things, those are nice and small and work. Okay. Libertine offering. So now this is I think this is, he actually goes on his own tangent here. So I'm going to do this, and I'll keep it in here to show how kind of weirdly in and out of place it is at the same time. The Scarlet Beast. Pancake Gang! Yes! Screamage. The Scarlet Beast. Okay, so this is me making it. So the outline has no fill. It will have a border. It will be a bold border. And it will be Jordan Peterson colored. And it will be round. Okay, so here we go. No. There. Okay. The Scarlet Beast. So, it's a very interesting twist I've been trying to puzzle out. I wrote this article with Jordan Paggio on the Scarlet Beast of the Apocalypse. And I'm really far off from reading Revelations, but I thought it was quite fun. Maybe I should just have a peek at Revelations.
Of the apocalypse.
I'm reading the Bible in order.
And it was really illuminating to me. There's lots of the book of Revelation I just don't understand. Me and many other people. But
Yes.
I understand some of it. So the Scarlet Beast is the degenerate state. So imagine that when a uniting principle disappears, so that would be
This is pretty cool. Okay, try to give it some grace, guys. Try to give it some grace. So the Scarlet Beast is the degenerate state. So this is just a preamble. I think I want to put it separated from. This is waffle, okay, because it's just there. Then he actually tells us about the. Some of it. So the Scarlet Beast is the degenerate state. Okay. I know we're back on to symbolism, but I'm here for it. Okay. So imagine when that unifying principle disappears. Okay. So he's going to the end of times thing. You're summoning a demon? No, just hold on. Okay. Let the demon listen to the conversation if they are so inclined. So the Scarlet Beast in the degenerate state, okay, and what happens with the degenerate state, okay? It's the uniting principle disappears. So God.
the Nietzschean death of God. You get the postmodern principle disappears, so that would be the Nietzschean death of God.
Nietzschean. I still don't know how to spell Nietzschean. I was supposed to go to the library today, and I stayed here so that I could stream because I said so. I'm acting like I'm put out, but I'm absolutely not put out. But I was supposed to go to the library, so I can actually become a little bit smarter, and read, get access to such things. Anyway, there would be the Nietzschean death of God. But I'm hanging out with you guys instead, and I can't stream from the library. I don't think they would allow me. Postmodern condition disappears. Nietzschean death of God. Okay, cool. So we don't have God.
you get the postmodern condition, which is that there's no uniting narrative. And so the state grows a lot of different heads.
Yeah.
It's kind of a hydra now. It's collapsing into chaos, symbolically speaking. It has a lot of
Symbolically speaking, it's got a lot of heads. It doesn't have a unifying head. It's got many heads. Come on. Don't you love it? I love it. Give your energy to the autistic girl. Yes. I will consume that demonic energy and put it towards making sense of Jordan Peterson. I'm more religious now, but sorry again, I'm not good or bad simply because of the worry of being judged by Sky Father. No. Yes, you shouldn't. It shouldn't be your fear of God that makes you good or bad.
different heads.
It's you have a relationship with it. I don't know. It's but it is what? It is the fear. Okay, so my husband apparently only doesn't murder me because he fears God.
There's nothing's you have a hydra now. It's and so the state.
You got something to say? Oh, the murder's extreme. I mean,
No, but generally, it's the fear of judgment that keeps people in tow.
it's the fear of judgment that keeps people in tow.
And that's from people or from God.
That's from people or from God. Yes. So guess what? Spoon, he is of the idea of power, right? Power. There's enforcement. There's consequences, whether they're enacted by people or by God.
But not even consequence in the sense of
Yeah, but we've had these discussions where it's like if there was no consequences, if it would still feel bad. The consequence is feeling bad sometimes.
yeah, but why would you feel that?
Because you yourself have done something wrong. Remember, we had the conversation with the if you were cheating, and you guys, if you could cheat and were not caught, would you do it or something like that? You changed your answer, you absolute shit. Get the fuck out. That feeling bad is not universal. Clearly, Spoon, and it's especially not consistent for my husband. One day he has one answer, next day he doesn't. Come and join us in chat if you want to discuss things. Well, I love you. Have a nice life. Okay. Shame doesn't require God. Look at Octave. Shame doesn't require God. I want to meet him. He sounds like my kind of people. He's more Afrikaans than me, so you can see. He's half Afrikaans, half English. So he's got grit. Okay, so imagine that when a uniting principle disappears, there would be Nietzschean death of God. Okay.
Grows a lot of different heads.
Yeah.
It's kind of a hydra now. It's collapsed.
Okay, we got the death of God. Now, because there's no uniting principle, disappears. Okay, I think we could actually just have that uniting principle disappears. So there is no such thing as universal, and I agree with that. But he's a POM. No, he's not a real POM. He's very far removed POM. He can't have citizenship but his ancestors are English. But yeah, he's way more South African than I am. Okay, principle disappears would be Nietzschean death of God. Then when that disappears, we get the Hydra. And we have a Hydra. He sometimes pops into chat. He's a really friendly Hydra. Postmodern condition, which is the no uniting narrative. Yes, so the state grows a lot of different heads. You get the postmodern condition. You want to chat with him because you want him to sort his wife out. And so the state grows a lot of different heads. It's kind of a hydra. Now it's collapsing into chaos, symbolically speaking. Okay. Cool. I'm with you, Peterson. It's very beautiful. And a lot of people will say, so what? Okay. It has a lot of different heads because nothing's uniting it. Yes, he had to explain that to us. Okay. There you go. Well done, Chuck E. Cheese. I'm certainly an anti-atheist, but it's no not worth arguing with people about God. Don't yeah, there's no need to argue it. Just let people believe what they believe. But a lot of the early atheists, early 2000s atheists, and I was one of them myself. I've brought it upon myself to argue with people with Christians and all of that about their God. It's like, why? They can believe. They don't need to believe as I do. I can be confident in my atheism, which I obviously wasn't.
Into chaos, symbolically speaking. It has a lot of different heads because nothing's uniting it.
Yeah.
And that's why it's blood red, because that's a very
Okay, so it's blood red. By the way, that's why it's blood red, because it's a very dangerous condition. Okay, so it's a red hydra, boys. The scarlet beast is a red hydra. So it's fine. Our hydra is pretty blue most of the time. He's a depressed hydra, so he's blue. Okay.
dangerous condition. It's a fragmenting condition.
Mm.
Okay, so that's the scarlet beast of the degenerate state. This is
Okay, yes, you've told us further. You're repeating yourself now. Why it's blood red, because it's a very dangerous condition. Fragmenting condition. Cool, cool, cool. I even put it in here. Now what?
is a symbol of the end of times.
Yeah.
And I don't mean
So that scarlet beast is the degenerate state. Yes, you have restated this. So you do. We do this in conversation. We will restate our conclusion. Okay, so that's scarlet beast degenerate state. This is a symbol. You know what? I'll put this over here. Okay. This is a symbol of degenerate state. It's a symbol of the end times. Okay. Now, this kind of goes into, I wonder what Sargon would think of this, because Sargon is saying that there is no unifying. Well, Sargon supports the unifying nature of a nation and working together and sharing culture, right? Having a shared culture and shared moral values. That is having a head. But Peterson is ruining Lindsay's vibe.
the end of time per se. This is a symbol of how things end, right? All
Okay, yes. It took me a second for I had to repeat this in my head. So that scarlet beast of the degenerate state, this is a symbol of the end of times. And he doesn't mean, and I don't mean the end of time per se, as in like literally the end of time per se, but it's like the way things end is what he means. Okay, this is a symbol of how things end. So things can lose when they have too many heads. They're just losing. It's a way to enforce societal norms without the use of brute force. Yes, religion enforces shame. Lack of it means anything goes. Yeah. Well, once you agree, I'm glad you guys are still interacting anyway.
always,
Yeah,
always.
Sure.
The
Yeah,
state-
yeah, no, that's right.
Right.
I follow
This-
you.
So, okay,
I
fine.
follow you. Look at me. I follow you. Like, hey, listen, it is pretty hard to follow.
So the state deteriorates still. It's a
Okay, so he's sorry, right? I follow you. I'll just say I follow you. So the state Daisy in a box.
multi-head. The
Yeah,
state,
yeah, no, that's right.
right.
I follow
This-
you.
So, okay, fine. So the state deteriorates still. It's a multi-headed hydra.
So this.
Okay, but then it has something on.
Okay, but then it has something on its back. Okay, cool. So we're there. Okay, he's just repeating this. Let's put a repeat here. We are diagramming the whole conversation, so we don't just ignore this. Oopsie. Copy style. Okay, we have a repeat thing for you here. But guess what? It has a whore of Babylon on its back. Something on its back, and that's the of Babylon. The whore of Babylon.
on its back, and that's the whore of
Prostitute,
Babylon.
yeah.
The mother of all prostitutes. So the idea there is that when the
mother of all prostitutes. Isn't this it was quite a sign of the times. A couple years ago there was some person on the internet that was like, I am the the queen of all prostitutes. I'm the mother of, not the mother of whores, but like I'm the queen of whores. And she was so proud of herself saying that. Okay. A mother of all prostitutes. So the idea is that when the patriarchal state or psyche loses its central function, female sexuality commoditizes, right? Look, I would say that female sexuality does commoditize. Okay. It has been commoditized. It's always been. Literally, I'm reading Genesis now, and there's just prostitutes everywhere and prostitution, and you can pay your prostitute with a goat. Okay, like that sort of thing. That's normal. But I think when he is saying female sexuality commoditizes, it's that the amount, the proportion of female sexuality out there is not being utilized by mothers and fathers. It's actually it's just the sex on the outside, the free sex, which they get to talk. Expensive ass prostitute. It's not the commodity that's a problem. It's the access. Well, yeah, that's it. It's not that it hasn't been commoditized ever, and I just think it's just. I guess I'm being semantic here. I'm just looking at the way he put the words together. That's there, and I'm like, oh, you could. If I was in a debate brain, I would be like, but wait, but it is always commoditized. But it's like, that's not what he's talking about. You can pay prostitutes with a goat. Yeah. He even tried to send her the goat. It was like he gave her an IOU, and for this rendezvous that they had. Okay, so the idea that this is when the patriarchal state cycle loses central function, female sexuality commoditizes, right? We can see that just like what's happening everywhere. Yes,
patriarchal state or psyche loses its central function, female sexuality commoditizes, right? And we can see that's like just happening everywhere right now. OnlyFans is the greatest example of that.
Right.
That woman in Great Britain who's sleeping with like 100 men a night, or I think
he's such a boomer the way he's referring to it. That woman, that's very nice that we didn't say girl. You said that woman. Yes, but you do think of her as a girl. She's just a girl doing things. Good morning, everyone, except Jane, says Lucifer. Lucifer, we've just been talking about you. Things are so Luciferian. Lucifer is a very cute Doberman, guys, just so you know. Lucifer is also friends with Hera, so think of that what you will. I think she managed 1,000 in a week. No, she did 1,000 in a day, actually. They're two different women, but it's okay. It's okay, boomer. It's fine. You don't need to know the you don't want to know the details of this. But he does speak about her. The OnlyFans is a great example, and then he goes into women in Great Britain who's sleeping with like 100 men a night.
she managed 1,000 in a week, something like that. I won't say her name, but
you, Mark, really? Guys, are you really? Okay, listen. I don't know. I live a very sheltered life. When you go to the bars today on Saturday nights, all the hot girls are gone making OnlyFans videos. Like, are you making a joke or is that for real? Okay, but why are they taking the metaphor? Where are they taking the metaphor? Why does it have to be literally sexual? Why not the whore be those why isn't the whore those who seduce society? They're talking about degeneration here. They're talking about the lack of sexual morality and value for sex, psychological value. You know, the connection that sex is supposed to create for people. 1,000 a week, she must have had a vag like a stargate. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of chafing actually going on there. That is not. Oh God, that just makes me. Okay. Back life feels to be good, to be a chive. But when you're talking about society collapse, it doesn't follow well. It does. Societal collapse. Women not being sacred anymore works. Women not being mothers anymore works with societal collapse. When they are just whores. But obviously, that's taking today to the extreme. We still have many, many mothers out there.
She's weak, something like Britain, who's sleeping with like 100 men a night, or I think she managed 1,000 in a week, something like that.
It was a day.
I won't say her
one day.
name, but
I won't say her name. I don't think you know her name. Lily Phillips is the... I don't know who the other one is. Lily Phillips is the 100. Okay. In a week, something like that. I won't say her name. Okay, he doesn't want to give her fame. Don't worry, people know about it. They looked her up straight after you said that. All the boomer dads went and looked it up. I won't say her name, but she's become very well known for the absolute outrageousness of her behavior. And yes, women are now their rivals. Who can get the most? Who can do the most men in one sitting?
She's become very well known for the absolute outrageousness of her behavior. Her mother is her business manager.
That's quite crazy. Thanks, Dr. Peterson. I might make sure to look her up. Yeah, her mother is her business manager. I think what he does with that is this is the difference, that now mothers are not mothers anymore. Why would pretty girls go out when they can get everything online? Can you get everything online? I know I can't get my husband online. I found him out in the world, and then I trapped him. Okay, her mother is her business manager, so awful that you just can't believe it. Okay, right, so we have the yes, and you're going to return to your point. Okay, so you have this mother of all prostitutes. Money, dates, yes. Oh, they can get money? Yeah. Where's the market for what? What is Lucy doing? Okay, I can't see. Women voting? I'm gonna be single forever. Women where I live are all insane. There has to... come on, the odds are in your favor. They must be in your favor. I have faith. Okay? Then again, most of my friends are male. There we go. Okay, so you have the mother of all prostitutes. So that's it. And all the women that I know are taken. Sorry, guys. You have the mother of all prostitutes, so that's the central spirit of commoditized sexuality. Female sexuality. And it must be female sexuality. I think it's sexuality in general. Maybe that's what you meant as well by bringing it up. Female sexuality. Okay, I think it's just any sexuality. That's going to happen when the state deteriorates. Okay, cool. I liked this.
It's so awful that you just can't believe it. Okay, so you have this mother of all prostitutes. So that's the central spirit of commoditized female sexuality. That's going to happen when the state deteriorates.
Cool.
Of course, female sexuality is going to commoditize when the state loses its protective and integrative function. And
This is do you guys understand what he means there? It doesn't look, obviously this is all loosely, it doesn't have to all be happening. Okay, he's just loosely saying, look, this is a metaphor for the decline of society, and this is what society looks like. Female sexuality does commoditize when there's no protective and integrative function. So we're not the family, the nuclear family, and all of that is not a thing. And yes, I speak as somebody who is somewhat against the nuclear family because I'm not having children. But that doesn't mean I'm against other people having children. That's what happens when you make pimp slap socially unacceptable. Yes, Dildo, exactly. Okay.
And so she offers this libertine pleasure, right? So you could think of power. That's a way that that's what power offers to those who are willing to use power.
It's almost like he's diagramming in the air, boys. I wish we could give him a whiteboard.
It's like, what's a way that that's what power offers to those who are willing to use power. It's like, why do you want control over someone? Well, to have your way with them, obviously.
So this libertine pleasure. This is relevant because James Lindsay brought up libertine pleasure, right? And that is why he started talking about it. This, if we put it over here, and so this offers this libertine pleasure, and he is bringing it back from here. There was libertine in here. I think it was something here. Yeah, something about the libertine life. Okay, he is referring back to what Bro was talking about. It is relevant. Okay, referring back to his point. And then refer it back to James Lindsay's. Okay, he did that. Give me some commentary blocks. Paste. Okay, libertine pleasure. Okay, and what? So you could think of power. That's the way that power is. Okay. So you can think of power. Okay, I think we're onto the Scarlet Beast now. I mean, past the Scarlet Beast into power.
And there's going to be a sexual component to that. That was certainly the case in Marx's own life, for example. So you can imagine the fantasies that possessed him too would be, well, once we establish this new utopia, and the communists promised free love.
Okay, now we're spiraling again. God damn it, I was excited. Now we're just doing this again. Certainly a case in Marx's own life. Okay, so that's very interesting sexual component. So yes, you get sex when you have power. Cool. And now we're just going to hear some stuff about Marx. That was certainly the case in Marx's own life, for example, that possessed him. Once established this new utopia, and the communists promised free love. Yes, they did. And free sex, as in sex without cost. But and without personal cost. Sex can be paid for with goods.
That's a common leftist, as if it's love, which it isn't, and as if sex is free, which it never is.
As if it is love, this needs to be separate. As if it is love, so sex as if it's love. So I'm going to say as if sex is love, which is it isn't, and if sex is free, which it never is. Okay? Okay, so we're agreeing on that.
What happens at the end of the Scarlet Beast
we know
of Babylon dichotomy, say interaction, is the beast kills the prostitute. Oops. So that's perfect.
The beast kills the prostitute, so oopsie. And Whore of Babylon. He kills a prostitute.
Perfect, right? Because so the degenerative patriarchal state breeds the commoditization of female sexuality, but ultimately destroys all pleasure. And I also...
Because if you destroy women, you destroy pleasure, boys. So that's perfectly right. He's just when he says this explains how things end, that's what he means by degenerative, and he actually speaks about that. Okay, so he is repeating female sexuality, commoditization, but ultimately destroys all pleasure. Okay, love is a difficult word to drop in a conversation without kind of expanding. Don't think I've ever met anyone that verbalizes what they call love the same. Not exactly the same. It won't be. Okay, so this now we're just going to repeat this. The Scarlet Beast is about decline of Scarlet Beast equals decline of civilization. Decline. Okay, cool. We're good with that. or decline of humanity. Humanity. Okay, cool. This is now just going to be all repeated all over the place. Okay, and then he goes on to extra stuff here to talk about these high rates of virginity. So wait, sex is commoditized, but we also have you have radically high rates of virginity, for example, among Japanese and South Koreans. That's because people are not going out. So while sex is commodified, you do have people staying in and staying virgin. So there's just nothing good coming out of it. There's nothing productive. Okay.
People think that's happening now. I mean, you have radically high rates of virginity, for example, among Japanese and South Koreans, and in the West more broadly, an apparent breakdown of the relationship between men and women, not least politically, right, with the men starting to fly off into the conservative sphere of influence and the women becoming increasingly liberal. So that's another.
We're losing more women? We're losing more of them? No, I've met some based women. Come on. Except they're online. They're online. Okay.
Shows you the fact that these mythological tropes appear fitting, shows you how deep the malaise is, right?
Sure.
The culture war is way deeper than the political.
The culture war is way deeper than the political. Oopsie. This is the wrong color. And this is his conclusion based on all of this. This is the last point. So that's another, shows you the fact that the mythological tropes appear fitting, shows you how deep the malaise is. It's even mythological. We have reached mythological proportions. Mythological of deterioration of our souls, essentially. Okay, can we move on? Do we get something else here?
And a vehicle to this is transgression, right? Transgression of the existing.
We do get something new. The culture of transgression is what is then spoken about. So we've got Scarlet Beast over here, and then actually, don't worry, we're gonna get another thing, which is transgression. This is how he relates to it. They also pick up on some degenerateness through transgression. Okay. What is transgression? In a vehicle to this is transgression, right? Transgression of the existing order and transgression. This goes back to them changing the order, changing the game, changing the topic, all of that.
In order. And transgression, I think, is such a key feature. In fact, I've described recently a cult of transgression that you can easily describe on the woke left, right? And it kind of fits my same
woke left. So he still says the woke left. Is there transgression on the woke right? I would say on the woke right, the people that are out there really pushing hard, using the hard R and all of that sort of stuff. They are doing that transgression culture thing. They're like, I'm going to be racist now because for years and years, the whole idea was not to be racist and it didn't help. So now I'm going to be racist. I'm going to be offensive. I'm going to say all the things that make me an edgy boy online. Because I'm transgressing. But yeah, of course, we have this with the left.
Energy, different direction, or same energy, opposite direction. Because you see with both of these two wokes, but also other kind of degenerate.
He's got so much going on in one thing. The idea was that you have to be racist just against white people. Yeah. In a vehicle, this transgression of the existing order and transgression, I think, is such a key feature. In fact, I've described it recently, a cult as a cult of transgression that you could easily describe on the woke left. Okay, cool. I'll take out that right for you. Okay, and it kind of fits the, oh god, he's repeating the same energy thingy-majiggy. I thought the transgression thing was gonna be an extra thing, but it's just another word for what he's spoken about. And it's kind of fits my same energy direction, so fits my same energy different direction or same energy opposite direction, because you see with both of these two wokes, but also other what these kind of degenerate ideologies and psychosocial dynamics, you have this cult of this is all waffle over here. You have this cult of transgression. Okay, so finally he just returns to this idea of this cult of transgression. I'm making fun of it. I know I do it all the time. Okay, I'm making fun of it, and I know what it's like. You have this cult of transgression where the way it's like the payment to be in the cult is to transgress a little further. Okay, there we go. We got something, okay, from this. I think we could go like this. Okay. Needs a pancake icon. Yes, it does. There we go. You have this cult of transgression where the way it's like payment. Yes. So we get the point. Yeah, this is the point. Okay. The transgression. I just need to go a little bit further. In the cult is to transgress a little further. You start, oh yeah, well, we need LGBT representation. He says we need LGBT representation so many times in this conversation. We are here for a roundabout. Let's go.
Ideologies and psychosocial dynamics. You have this cult of transgression where the way it's like the payment to be in the cult is to transgress a little further. You start with, oh yeah, well, we need LGBT representation. Okay, we've already transgressed because the T is different from the LGB.
Okay, he's just showing you how this works. Okay, you've already transgressed because you've said LGBT are the same thing. That's true. By including the T and the LGB, you've caused a lot of shit. By the way, Keaton, I subscribe to your friend, the artist channel. Good, go and subscribe to BMO's art. It's completely different. Okay, it refers to trying to work through transgression or there's nothing about lesbian, gay, or bisexual that is disintegrated psychology. Okay.
It's completely different. It refers to trying to work out a
It's a competition of transgression.
Well,
It's a competition of transgression. Let's put that there. Just him adding something. It's a competition of transgression. We're just using the word transgression. Okay. Okay, I can now see just you. This is just at halfway of the conversation. And now it's starting to lose value if we're not careful.
there's nothing in lesbian, gay, or bisexual that is a disintegrated psychology. There's something fundamental in the transition that's a disintegrated psychology. If you have
I guess this is interesting. I guess it's because we know this so much that the T and the LGB don't really work. So explaining this is for me. But that's just my mood. Because usually when people explain stuff, I'm like, yeah, I want to lap up all of the things that you're saying, all of the words. There's nothing in lesbian, gay, or bisexual that is disintegrated psychology. Yes, there's something fundamental in the transition that's disintegrated psychology. Yeah, okay. That's just basically explaining yourself further. That T, basically, if I'm going to translate, the T and LGB are not the same kind of thing. Trans people are my friends. Transphobes gonna catch these hands. Kinds of being. Okay. It's for both of the speakers, not for the audience. Yeah. Now they're really just. And now it is getting to the circle jerk. Next song time. Okay. 1.5 speed the video maybe. Let's do that. Okay. Next song is number 3. And 1.5.
Gender dysphoria. If we admit that that's even real, you have a disintegrated psychology. Your phenomenology of self and your ontology of self are out of whack. And in fact, what they do then is once it gets out of whack, they invert it. And they put this phenomenology first and say the ontology has to follow. So if we do enough surgery, somehow we've changed ourselves. This is completely disordered thinking. So it's already a transgression, but let's not get lost
in the
in the weeds.
foundational principle.
Okay. Yeah, okay, we're good. We've got, you guys are just talking about the trans. I just need to put everything in the blocks, okay? Disintegrate side your phenomenology of self, and let me zoom out a bit so I can get more words in my copy paste. Your phenomenology of self and your ontology of self are out of whack. And in fact, blah 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 blah. Let's see if I can find more.
Well, there is sexual identity, right? This
Of
is a
course.
very strange thing about these.
Okay, so there we wait, where did he go? And the foundational portion there is sexual identity. Yes, this is them explaining to us that sexual identity is not the same thing as gender performance. Okay.
These
that's
fragmented identity claims is that they, like, an identity should unite and it should serve a psychological and a social purpose simultaneously.
Sure.
An identity that's predicated on hedonistic orientation isn't an identity at all.
And this is where the transgression is. What is the horror
Here it isn't an identity at all. Yes, your sexuality being your entire identity is a problem. It is still part of your identity. You can't do away with sexuality completely because it is part of how you interact in the world. But okay, we're getting. Okay. How you're doing a service for posterity to map this. I'm hoping so. But you know what? It really becomes, the value really comes in when you go and read it afterwards. Okay. You want another bump, Jordan? Okay. And this is where the transgression is. Who says this? Okay. So he's now saying, hey, I brought up transgression. Let me say it. Okay. Let me talk about okay. Oh, the whore. So now oh god, no, you're going back to the metaphor.
present? The whore. She presents,
Orientation isn't an identity at all.
and this is where the transgression is. What does the whore present? The whore. She presents she presents sex out of its context.
Yeah.
Free, as you said, sex
Free
is never
sex.
free. She presents free sex, right? So what she
Yeah, the
presents is
ultimate delusion.
the
Free
ability,
sex.
the ability to transgress. And so you go from LGBT itself as a word, but we need representation. Okay, fine. So we need to put gay characters on TV. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe it's not a problem. Who knows? Well, we take a step. What has it got to be after this? We know. Well, we need gay characters in children's programming. It's a further transgression. Then we need them in schools. Now we need a drag queen to come read to the kids. Well, the drag performance needs to get more radical. And you can see it in the pride parades too. It's the inclusion of more and more transgressive stuff. This is a cult of transgression, and it's how
Okay, so those now we can link the transgression back to
Okay,
your
cool. So transgression. Cool. I'm with you on it. Okay. We need to now link it. Let's see if he sniff. What is this? It's them going faster. What, the music? Is the music going? It's a cult of transgression. It is. No, it really is. I understand it. It's just that they spend a lot of words. They use a lot of words. And then he doesn't have to bring it. He doesn't have to bring it back to the whore of Babylon, but he does. Okay. Yeah. Certainly case. Okay, bringing it back there. I don't agree that he didn't. Like he doesn't. You see how we are when you map it? You can see somebody goes back in the conversation. We are not getting further. We're getting further down. We're getting away from. Let's zoom out so you know what I'm saying. Okay. We've gone off. We had our main topic over here, and we had some things, and then we've widened out. We've rambled on. and we've bounced. Boop, 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 boop. Do you see these things? This is bouncing back and forth. So it's very interesting to see how it goes. See ya, Lucy. Okay. And it is when you go through the map after it's completed. That's also the best fun. We're like, oh, what's this line over here? What did he do? Okay. This is a cult of transgression. Cool. Very much so. And you're just you started with that point of the cult of transgression. Now you just need to put more words together. Your examples. He gets very excited with his examples.
Original idea that you have a hierarchy of social status, let's call it conservative idea that now we can link the transgression back to your original idea that
okay, do it. Link this. I'm excited. I'm here for this. We can link your transgressions to the okay, this is the idea. Let's go bring it back here. So we're going back to the clarity. Hey Zax. Okay, dread, king, parasitic hierarchy. Okay, we can. So now we can link the transgression back to your original idea that you have a hierarchy of social status. Let's use your idea. I like linking ideas. That's what we want to do. Give me reasons. Okay. This. Let's call it conservative. And so now, okay. Okay. This is Jordan applying the transgression idea. Okay, I should think. Applying a concept brought up by Lindsay. Okay, this is what you don't usually have this in a debate. You won't have that. Okay, we're collaborating, we're using each other's ideas. I like a kinky linkage. Okay, let's see.
you have a hierarchy of social status, let's call it conservative. And so now the parasitic predators swarm in and they splinter it. They splinter with transgression.
Sure.
Right. So that's
okay. They splinter with transgression. Interesting. And so now the parasite predators swarm in and they splinter it. So you have the normal, wholesome right. Okay, the conservative, which is what we were talking about before. Did you fix racism yet? Don't worry, I'm working on it. I'll be good. I'll tomorrow maybe. By tomorrow. Okay, call it conservative. And so that's step one. So we have conservatives. And now the parasitic predators swarm in and they splinter it. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, we'll actually put an arrow on the end. Okay, now the parasitic predators, they swarm and they splinter it. And then what do we get? They splinter with transgression. Okay. They splinter with transgression. Okay. By going further and further outside the norm. They push the Overton window in this way for themselves, I suppose. Sure, right. Okay, so that's an important thing to note. Noted in my diagram. Let's put that in there because it's just we're getting him right. But there's a deeper thing here, which is what Mao did. Okay, I don't know if this was him talking about.
That's an important thing to note, right?
But there's a deeper thing here, which is it's also what Mao did.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew there was an interruption there. I remember. So sorry, Peterson. You were applying bro's thing, but listen, I got a better one. There's a deeper thing here. Okay. But there's a deeper thing. He obviously just wants to look. He wants to. This is the conversation he wants to have. There's a deeper thing. They aren't really talking with each other. Although I feel like Peterson is interacting with the ideas that that James Lindsay is putting down. But I don't think James Lindsay is particularly interested in the ideas that Peterson puts down. He kind of just wants to go, yes, cool, and go back to what he wants to say. So like he will have Lindsay bring up transgression, and then then interactively we have Peterson saying, yes, oh, that's it. There. Let's use the transgression idea, and wants to move forward with it. He's like, no, I had my other speech about Mao prepared. I wanted to get to transgression so I could speak about Mao. So here we go. I'm going to continue with my thing. That's a conversation. That's what you're going to have. Okay, so deeper thing here, which is also molded with his red identity, black identities, which were split themselves. The target is actually normal. Okay. The target person, the person that you're trying to convince is normal.
With his red identity, black identities, which were split themselves, is that the target is
Okay. Okay, deeper thing. The target is actually. This is how difficult it is to follow when he's speaking. Okay, the target is actually normal, integrated society. Target is actually normal, integrated society, and the excuse for the targeting is the opposite side pathology.
actually normal integrated society, and the excuse for the targeting is the opposite side pathology, right? And so with Marcuse, to go
The opposite side pathology. It's the opposite side. Okay, so the opposite side, the other side, the other is it. Okay. Target is actually a normal integrated society.
go back to the left, he writes this essay in 1965, Repressive Tolerance. He says,
Yeah.
okay, there's three kinds of tolerance. He says there's democratic tolerance. That's what a normal, healthy society has, and it only can tolerate so much or it'll fall apart. And then there's the repressive, right-wing, maybe it's fascist, whatever. He actually uses the word fascist repeatedly. And then what he says is actually those two things are the same thing because of different stupid excuses, nuclear weapons or whatever else. So actually we live in the repressive state now.
Yeah, right. All game rules are repressive.
And his argument is actually
Okay, Marcusia. Guys, this is the point at which I would stop a diagram previously, but we are not doing that. I promise. Next, he goes. So wait, he responds here. Here goes back. Writes essays in anti-repressive tolerance. Okay. He says there are three kinds of tolerance. There is democratic tolerance. That's what a normal, healthy society has. And it can only tolerate so much or it'll fall apart. Okay, I'm good. I'm happy with that. I'm making sense of what you're saying. Then what's next? Then there's the repressive right wing. Maybe it's fascist, whatever. He actually uses the word fascist repeatedly. Thank you. Oh, and then he says, that they're the same thing. And then what he says is actually those things are the same thing because of different stupid excuses. Okay. So I'm going to put this as summary. By the way, it's the same thing. Or whatever else, okay?
actually that all capitalist society will degenerate into fascism unless it's resisted. And he says the answer to this is liberating tolerance.
So actually we live repressive state right now. Okay. 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 Live in the repressive state right now. Then those two things are different. Whatever. So actually we live in a repressive state now, and all game rules, is that when he says it's all game rules are repressive? Yes. So that's where people are like, oh, we must get rid of the hierarchy and whatever and all that. That's just not going to happen because that's not how we work. That's not how humans work. Why have you been covering things that I've been interested in recently in StreamYard times I can watch? I have changed my timetable recently. I've become a lot more consistent. I'm glad that I'm doing stuff that interests you. Are you just trying to distract me? No, we've come to the same thing. Maybe things are trying to distract us. Okay. Our algorithms have combined. We're on the same path. The alt-right pipeline or some shit. All game rules are oppressive. Cool. Continue.
Tolerance. And what is liberating tolerance? And his own definition, which is close to from memory a quote. It is, we will extend liberating tolerance, he says, would mean we extend tolerance to movements from the left and we withdraw tolerance from movements from the right.
Okay, we extend. Yeah. Okay. It's easier to tolerate the left. On is actually that all capitalist society will degenerate into fascism unless resisted. Okay. Let me just go. Sorry, next year. I haven't put that in there. And he says that the answer to this is liberating tolerance. Okay, so the way that you resist is liberating tolerance by giving leftist tolerance and right no tolerance. That is liberating tolerance, his own definition, which is close to me from memory. Quote, okay, liberating would mean we extend tolerance to movements from the left and we withdraw tolerance from movements to the right. Okay, which is everything to his right. Okay, so yeah, many words to say the way that you resist is by allowing the left to run amok and you don't tolerate the right. Okay, rating the left is a way to gain freedom, to stay away from fascism, and not tolerating the right is a way is a way to stay away from fascism as well. Okay, cool. Okay, that's what you're trying to say. Cool. But what do we do with this that you now have quoted to us? What do we do with it? Okay, what do we do?
Which is everything to his right. Okay, so speaking,
it's amazing how that's played out
in psychopathology. That's splitting, by the way.
And
in psychopathology, that's splitting, by the way. Okay. So what are we supposed to do? Maybe it's almost like left and right. That doesn't make sense. He's saying that what he's bringing is this person wrote this essay, and I'm hoping that he's bringing it up so that he can talk about going against it. That's what I feel like he's building up. So it's amazing how it's played out and this is played out, and then this is James Lindsay is just like, hey, in psychopathology, that's splitting, by the way. So it's like, look, I can point back to psychopathology, which is, hey, he's playing the Peterson game. He's like, look, Peterson, I can do things, I can say things that you might be interested in. And he says it's played out. Okay.
Sociologically, I mean, one of the things I've noticed about my home country, it's really stark in Canada.
He's going to blame evil. It might be soon. It played out. That's splitting, by the way. And sociologically, I mean, one of the things. Okay. I mean, one of the things. And he talks about Canada. I've noticed about my home country, it's really stark. In Canada, conservative protests, they're flattened. Okay, so they are expanding on this idea of, okay, this is past transgression, actually. As to what they did with red identity, black identity, which is split themselves. They've gone past transgression here. Now they've gone into splitting. Tolerance. I think, yeah, tolerance. It's actually not transgression, it's tolerance. Oopsie. Do that. Okay, and he brings it up over here. So we're just departing. You see, we started talking about transgression. Nope, but over here we went. He tried to do this over there. They splinter it and they splinter about transgression. He's just like, yeah, but also tolerance. Yeah. By the way, I've got some more interesting things. The target is actually normal society. Cool. They're flattened.
If conservatives protest, they're flattened.
Yeah.
Left protest, there's no holds barred. No matter how pathological it becomes, the left-wing protesters are always the heroic victims. The trucker convoy
The left wing are the always heroic victims. Okay, cool. Okay, we're good.
Was a great example of that, right?
See ya,
Because,
Chucky.
it was a disruptive demonstration, although remarkably peaceful, and the legal repercussions are still unrolling. And I think maybe it's, tell me what you think about this. I think it's because it might be partly the spread of the ideas of Marcuse through the
Hold on. Okay, victims, just this is the same point. And peaceful and legal repercussions are unrolling. And now he goes with a further idea. He goes, I think it may be, tell me what you think about this. I think it may be because it might be partly the spread of the ideas of Marcuse through the country. Okay, and James Lindsay just says absolutely. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I also think that people are genuinely people. There's something to genuinely fear when actual conservatives protest.
Guys, people are
because
genuinely.
they don't.
I'm sorry, I'm just losing my patience with this whole thing. Okay, maybe it is. Tell me what you think. Cool. Come on, just grit your teeth and get it done. Get it done, Shinsia, get it done. Okay. I'm sure someone can write an essay on that symbology. Okay, but I also think people are genuinely people. There's something genuinely to fear when actual conservatives protest because they don't do it until they're pushed to the wall. Okay, that is a good point to make, guys. Something that will get a conservative to leave their job and go and protest is, yeah, they are not the guys, that they are not the protesting type. For a leftist, that is all they're about. They are cosplaying the revolution, so they're looking for their next protest. Okay, I also think there are generally people. There's something to genuinely fear when actual conservatives protest because they don't do it until they're pushed to the wall. There may be. He says maybe. Does he say maybe?
Don't do it until they're pushed to the wall.
That may be, but I think
Well, is it all?
Maybe. That may be. So we don't have an absolute there. We've got that may be. Okay, this is like the closest thing to disagreement we've had from him. From Lindsay. But unfortunately, and obviously it seems even more so with us going at 1.5 speed. But unfortunately, Peterson doesn't catch that and doesn't say, what do you mean? Well, maybe, or it sounds like you're not sure. The closest we get to him disagreeing, or we've gotten to him. Okay. What do we do?
Also an indication that something very fundamental has gone sideways because conservatives aren't the protesting type.
I wanted to show.
Okay. Push to the wall. Fundamental. Okay, cool. Fine. And we are on to our next file, boys. File 5. So we are going faster. File when I talk about files, I'm talking about the transcripts. Hey, Topes! I don't know if your alert will work. Let's see. Because it's a bit low apparently. Let me see if I can make it even higher over here. Just hold on. Oh no, I can't. Damn it. Okay. Tobes. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, I'm a little bit frustrated with the current diagram. I wouldn't mind killing some monsters right now. But we are killing this monster. We're busy grinding out this diagram. Persevering, because if I do get through the whole thing, we do find the value. I felt this way when we got this far into Douglas and Dave. It's getting there with the others, but just keep going.
Share something special with you as we train that Jesus doesn't live habit, interior freedom, external things that weigh you down, and discover the peace that comes from trusting God more deeply. It's perfect for continuing those prayer habits you worked so isn't just for Easter. They have thousands of prayers.
Is the song driving you crazy? I'll change it to the next song. My dick's compromised. That's why I beat it.
meditations, and even music to help you build. /Jordan.
Just tells us something different because the target.
Okay, so he just goes back into this fucking target discussion. Okay, which is over here. Tolerance and targets. All your What about your dick? Oh, is your dick not supposed to help? Andrew? You just retired it. Okay. Sorry guys, no, Andrew doesn't want to use it. Just let everybody know. Andrew doesn't want to use his gifts. Okay.
No, but I think that the trucker protest tells us something different because the target.
Oh, it tells us something different. There we go. He is disagreeing. Good boy. Good boy. He is disagreeing. I think that the trucker protest tells us something different because the target, these people, this is one of the most genuinely peaceful, pro-liberty free. It was the Freedom Convoy, and they meant it, and they policed their own borders, and they kept the radicals out. That sounds like Peterson.
Target. These people, this is one of the most genuinely peaceful, pro-liberty, free. It was the Freedom Convoy, and they meant it. And they policed their own borders, and they kept the radicals out on the right. So what happened was they showed up, the left showed up to protest the normal people. I'm not going to say the middle.
Okay. So it tells us something different. Are you saying that the truckers were the normal people? The truckers, the normal people? Because he says this is him disagreeing. So it will... This actually, I can bring it here. Here. Come here. Jump in. That may be. Actually, you can come over here because you are related. But I think that the trucker... Okay, him explains disagreement. Okay, what is it? This is the way. Why? What's wrong with what? Because we like sitting for hours and talking shit. Schools are designed for us. But I think that the trucker... Okay, so the trucker protest tells us something different because the target... Okay, see, we have the target, but we don't get the end of that sentence. Okay, these people... Okay, we try again. Third time lucky. This is one of the most... I also seem to get my sentences on the third try. This is one of the most genuinely peaceful, pro-liberty free. Pro-liberty free. It was the Freedom Convoy, and they meant it. And they policed their own borders, and they kept radicals out on the right. Okay. So what happened was they showed up. The left showed up to protest the normal people. I'm not going to say the middle, the normal people, everyday freedom-loving Canadians. So he doesn't consider them right.
Yep. The normal people, everyday freedom-loving Canadians, and the excuse was there's a far right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened is
the excuse was there's a far right. Oh, they are the far right. So they were characterized as far right. But the thing is that the fact that the normal was characterized as right, that was the intolerance. I don't think this shows us something different. I think it's exactly as Peterson noticed. Peterson said, yes, the truckers are an example of the right not being tolerated and the right being normal. Okay, the right is not tolerated. How? What is the mechanism that we do when the right is not tolerated? We do the thing and we call them the alt-right, which is kind of what you're fucking doing with your woke rights. So I'm really angry at you. Okay. The excuse was there is a far right. This is the mechanism. Okay. That's the mechanism used. The reasonable rights, they are the reasonable rights, as we would even call, as Sargon would call them. The reasonable rights were protesting but they were called the far right, which is what you're doing. Like that seems to be what Lindsay landed up doing after this conversation. That is apparently what he's been doing on Discord. I mean on Discord, on Twitter. Okay. I would be your leader then. Okay, the excuse was there's a far right. So what happened is I call this ideological flattening. Yes, I agree with this. Okay, so now we're gonna have to do another circle, guys. There's a far right. And he calls this mechanism ideological flattening. Okay, and we got that. Whoopsie. So what happened is I call this ideological flattening or dialectical flattening, but psychologically it's splitting. Yes, it's labeling the other. Okay, it's saying this person over here is the other. They're the baddie. We understand this, but it would behoove you to give us examples of this far right doing it. That's what people are here for. Okay, we understand. We all understand the far left. We know that this is how it works. But it would behoove you in this whole discussion of the woke right. This should be an example that you then extrapolate and give us versions of the woke right doing this, where they go and find normal leftists. Okay, they even find normal leftists, normal people, not even protesting, and they harass them or something like that. We need examples. Okay. I don't have hooves. I don't think he has hooves either, so he does not behoove. He does not do things. Psychologically, it's splitting. Okay, so you have no feel. Let's go over here. Just get the formatting quick. Okay. Paste. So what has happened is I call this ideological flattening. Cool. Okay, the person that is occupying the leftist deranged position. Okay.
I call this ideological flattening or dialectical flattening, but it's psychologically it's splitting. The person that's occupying the leftist deranged position has flattened liberals and conservatives into a single monster.
Yeah.
Not so they can fight the conservatives, so they can fight the liberals. And that's happening on the other side.
Not so they could fight flatten the liberals and the conservatives into a single monster. I don't think that's why they do it. I think the extremism, the derangedness is what makes them do it. They don't do it because it's convenient. No, not so they can fight the conservatives, so they can fight the liberals. They think they're fighting the same thing. I think this is giving them too much awareness, in my opinion. This seems to give too much self-awareness. These are to protesters. These are the same people. This is why we haven't claimed back the word liberal yet. Okay, you liberal. Actually, I hold liberal views, but we liberal invokes libtard these days. It does not invoke somebody who just wants to live and let live. No, you are actually more of a conservative if you're just a reasonable liberal these days. So maybe there's a different flavor of conservatism out there. So this seems to give much more self-awareness to protesters that they are the same people. The derangedness that he's talking about is here, hence deranged. Hence deranged. Okay. Parts of the communist left do this. Anyone not for the revolution is counter-revolutionary. It's why Stalin said the German Communist Party shouldn't work with the Socialist Democrats against in all of that, them. And that isn't the Canadian. Okay, the issue with James is that he thinks most of them are malicious rather than ignorant, useful idiots. Yes, and you know what? I'm guilty of that with trying to wrestle with the idea of woke right. So, and that was pointed out to me earlier today. That I go, oh, they're these psychopaths online, okay? But when I talk about the woke right, so I'm talking about like the dark triad people and the all of that, the ones that mob you and whatever online because they think they're doing the God's work and all of that. Those people are psychopaths. But there are people, just like we had them on in the woke sphere, that they believe that this is the right thing to do. They are just normal, useful idiots. They are not these malicious things. They are the malicious agents working inside them, inside these groups, of course, and leading the groups and making people feel welcome, of course. But there are just en masse most of the time there's useful idiots. And I think there are more useful idiots on the woke left than there are on the woke right. And that's where I'm landing today. True believers versus opportunists. There are people that are opportunists, yeah. But I think that there are people, they really do believe. The people there must be. If I'm going to agree that people on the woke right, the woke left, are can come to Jesus, basically, then I should understand that people on the woke right, not all of them are going to be deranged. But the ones that are in your DMs are there, I'm like, you're deranged. What are you doing in my DMs, boy? Those are the psychopaths. Like, the people replying, maybe, and things like that, that's fine. That makes sense to me. But people that are taking their time out to mob you and to make your life miserable, that sort of stuff, that's like I don't even do that to Nazis, guys. I don't go and look for Nazis online and go and tell them to kill themselves and things like that. I don't do that. So what I'm saying is, people that do that, I have a problem with. Most leaders of revolutions are psychopaths, same as criminals do better during after war. Yeah. Well, leaders of movements, yes. Leaders of any kind of movement will probably be psychopathic. Because they manipulate us. They manipulate us. Okay. So they can fight the conservatives. They can fight the liberals. This is, yeah. I'm not with him on this.
Conservatives will look over and say, well, there's the far left. And all the classical liberals are actually in their camp. And they've flattened them. It's the same splitting behavior.
Yes, the same splitting behavior does work, which that is exactly what happened. I'm somebody who's okay with a lesbian couple having a child, and I was immediately flattened into libtard because of that, because I actually am okay with that case, because I don't immediately hate on a couple that's had a baby and they're same sex. I don't immediately hate on them, so I was flattened in that way. So that's the mechanism we're talking about. We're talking about mechanisms. That's what I thought we were, but apparently he went overboard, went further. Look over and say, well, there's the far left and all the classical liberals are actually in their camp. I don't think that's what they do. All the classical liberals are in their camp. Okay, yeah, okay, but I don't hear it. They don't say you're a classical liberal. They won't say this. I don't think they will say this. Also, too much awareness. They will not say this. They will say that person is a woke-tard, is a libtard. They don't call them classical liberals. So yes, I do. Guys, reclaim liberal. Reclaim liberal. Liberal does not mean open borders. I think we should actually do a think on it. What does liberal mean? Liberal think. And we will have a thumbnail of all the thinkers taken back. Liberal. There's a far left, and all the classical liberals are actually in their camp. Don't think they say this, and they flattened them. It's the same as splitting. The thing is, you don't. When you split, honey, sweetie, baby, let me help you with some talking about mental illness. Okay, when you split, you don't go, I am splitting. You don't do that. Your brain just goes and makes black and white. They go, this is good and this is bad. That's what your brain does. It doesn't go, I am going to put this person into this box and that is the bad box and I will continue from here. No, that's not how your brain works. When you split, it's that flattening happens instantaneously. It is a conflation that happens. They believe it's the same group. But okay, yeah, again, I still think he's too much awareness. That person is a lip child. They conflate. They don't make a decision. Make this decision consciously, or at least not the useful idiots. They wouldn't make that. The useful idiots don't make that. Maybe the crazies are like, I will do this. I will make them the same. Republicans do flatten progressives, sock Dems, and actual communists into the same camp. They will call Nancy Pelosi a communist. Yeah, that there is. It's the tribalism. Split was a surprisingly good movie. It really was. Even the weird end was pretty good. You're like, you know what? I'm here for it. You're like, okay, we can deal with this weird ending. They flatten him. It's the same splitting behavior again. So this is again an emphasis on this woke, an exhibition of this woke right phenomenon. Okay, tell me an exhibition. Okay, that's a woke right phenomenon. That is a woke right phenomenon, but I would say to you, it is far less common and pervasive. Phenomenon, same energy, different direction. Oh, he really wants that. It's not going to happen, okay? Same energy, different direction. Look, it makes sense. It's very nice, but I don't think it's going to happen. And the idea is that they're attacking the middle through the proxy of the far opposite side. I don't think they know this. They're not attacking the middle. This idea of it's not attacking. It's trying to convince the middle. It's trying to convince the normal person. I don't know about attacking, getting rid of them. I'm just going to say, not sure. I agree. Seems like they want the middle to come to their side through shame. They try and shame people out of a way of life and say, yeah, you got to join me. You are just as bad. You are a Nazi. Okay, that's how it works. You're a Nazi if you don't believe what I believe. That's the mechanism going on there. Or you are a libtard, a bleeding heart commie if you don't do what I do. Who are these normals and where can I find them? Not online. You won't find them online.
Again, so this is, again, an emphasis of this woke, or an exhibition of this woke right phenomenon of same energy, different direction, opposite directions in this case. And the idea is that they are attacking the middle through the proxy of the far opposite side. So I brought up Marcuse because he's also famous for Eros and Civilization and the sexual liberation. And we were talking about the pride in the queer theory.
Well, those left-wing movements in the 60s all floated on a cloud of free love.
That's right, they did.
Yeah, we've done this. This is a repeat. Formby, because also famous for Eros and Civilization, sexual liberation. We were talking about the pride and the queer theory. Okay, so we had this ideological flattening. Are we going to just bring it here? We brought up Marcuse. Okay, and then we've got, oh, by the way, here's a bit of, well, those left-wing movements in the 60s all floated on crowd of free love. That's right, they did. Okay, cool. We've got this. We understand this. We heard this many times from Peterson. He said free love, free sex, and it's not free. Okay.
But look at the Pride Parade. Okay, so we need representation and visibility for gay people because there's a repressive society. That's the excuse.
See how many times he says we need representation? He's gone back to this. There's a repressive society. Okay, so he's repeating himself. He's repeating this whole speech. Okay, in queer theory, and then he goes. Okay, he's bringing the whole It's the same speech. Okay, Pride Parade. Okay, so they're going to need representation, because remember, there you literally have the word representation again for gay people, because there is a repressive society. So he goes back to this example. That's the excuse. Okay, it's the far right that won't let anybody. It's the far right that won't let anybody come out, so they come out. Okay, cool. But then we have to go and we get all the queering and the kink and the explicit sex out in public. Okay, so they come out and does that is where it stays? Is that they're actually targeting? No, you have fetishists. You have all of that. No, that's not targeting. Those are the people that are actually. He's talking about, I don't know, I don't think he's using the word target right. Clearly, yeah. It's not making sense to me for you to say the target. The target, what do you mean by the target? Hi, Justice, I am South African.
It's the far right that won't let anybody come out. So they come out. And is that where it stays? Is that what they're actually targeting? No. You have fetishes. You have all kinds of perversion.
See, targeting. Don't say that word. No. The people that are, okay, I suppose by them going out there, expanding, they're trying to normalize, the normalizing targets. Okay. Targets would be a thing they are to normalize. Okay. Yes, this is very true. I'm gonna put this here. That, like I said, it would behoove him that to give us examples that are on the right, and he seems to just go over that one from the fact where he moved over the trucker protests for a conversation about the woke right. Why are most of his examples of the ills of the woke left? Exactly. So you're I understand the applying of this. Is there a race war? No, there's no race war going on in South Africa right now. It's not a full-blown war. It's just that there is tension. Every day, people are just trying to live their lives. But online, it's another story. There's a lot of people that are very angry. But yeah, South Africans are they're just trying to live. But the government has not made people happy, so of course we are going to lash out at each other as well. What about the white people being murdered? Everybody is murdered in South Africa. Look, I'm not saying farm murders do not happen, okay, and I'm not saying that they're not racially motivated, but there is so much violence in that country that it's like, yeah, okay, they're a targeted group, definitely, and there are racial laws that are happening, that are being implemented again. And just because there was apartheid, it's like, well, they deserve it. It's fine. The white people deserve it. But then sometimes they go, it's not happening. We're not doing racial-based laws. But then we prove that there are racial-based laws, and then it's like, yeah, but that's a good thing. It's the same sort of mechanism. Kinds of perversion, degeneracy, and the things that people say. Some of the really hateful things people say in SA these days. It's okay. But then there's people that are chill, like Noabor and Sabering. Okay, that's the excuse. It's the far right that won't let anybody come out. So there's fetishes. Okay, you have all kinds of perversion, degeneracy. Okay. Okay, we're still talking about the left. And I'm tired. I'm bored of it.
degeneracy. I mean, I don't want to even talk about what it is, explicitly, which is an advantage to queer theories. Nobody will say what it actually says.
Yeah,
because
right.
it's so gross.
Yeah.
But what they were targeting were liberal societal norms, real societal norms, healthy. Let's forget liberal, healthy, not degenerate societal norms about sex and sexuality. And the excuse was, if you
degenerate's the right word too.
Degenerate's the right word because we're good. Yeah. Listen, the reason I enjoy this point, is because I thought about it as soon as I heard the word degenerate. I was like, is degenerate the right word? And I was like, yes, it is the right word, and this is why. And then Jordan Peterson said it better. Obviously, they're employed, they degenerate. When they're deployed, they degenerate. Okay, the reason they degenerate is because you describe them. Okay. Modes of orienting yourself, sex and sexuality, and excuses. If you degenerate is the right word, yes. It was. You degenerate. Degenerate is the right word. There it is. Okay. Degenerate is the right word. 2, I think, because I think one of the hallmarks of a if you're a relativist, you might say, how are you to place modes of orienting yourself in the world in a hierarchy? Because you describe some of them as degenerate. The reason they're degenerate is when you employ them, they degenerate. I enjoyed this point because my little brain made it first.
Too, I think, because I think one of the hallmarks, because if you were a relativist, you might say, well, who are you to place modes of orienting yourself in the world in a hierarchy?
Yeah,
right?
sure.
You describe some of them as degenerate. The reason that they're degenerate is because when they're employed, they degenerate.
Yeah, sure, of
right.
course.
So they're games that violate their own principles as they play themselves out.
But there's nothing.
Okay, the games the problem is they're games that violate their own principles as they play themselves out, which means that's what he means by degenerate. They degenerate themselves. I don't think he's a pseudo-intellectual. I think he finds he's often discussing with pseudo-intellectuals. And you know what? That's a good question for the little book. What is an intellectual and what is a pseudo-intellectual? What makes an intellectual? Might be something as hard to define as expert. Okay. Right, so that their games violate their own. Yes, cool. So they violate their own rules, which degenerates them. They lose flame. Can I see your tattoos? Yes, you can. You can see my tattoos. Actually, I should take proper photos of them and make them members only posts or something. Or just put them in the Discord. Okay, jeez. Let's get to 1 hour, 10 minutes.
About a guy in fetish gear at a parade in front of children, for example.
Okay, we're still talking about this. Okay, they play themselves, but there's nothing about a guy in fetish gear at a parade in front of children, for example, that's challenging the norms of repression sexual society. Okay. Okay. We know this. It's not 2016. We know this. You're just adding to yourself here. Okay.
That's challenging the norms of a repressive sexual society that thinks that, it should be procreative heterosexual sex only. That's an excuse. It's pretext. What they're after is the norms that hold regular society together. And my argument is that
Okay, I understand that. What they're after, but they don't say that. I don't think they're even aware of that. That holds society together. That holds society together, because nobody is saying these days, the liberals or the conservatives that you usually get, you have to be very, very conservative to not approve or not just let gay people go and be gay people over there. It has become more acceptable in conservative circles. It's more about there's more tolerance in conservative circles than there was before for gay people, Before, when you said to me, when I was like 18, and you said to me, conservative, I would have thought, yeah, conservative is somebody who thinks being gay is a sin. But these days you can find conservatives that are just like, listen, I think they'll probably say being gay is a sin, but then they say that is up to God. I don't need to get involved in it. That's what they're on about. They're not send them to conversion therapy and whatever. There's so many different shades of conservative now. And I suppose the left has made us sound conservative, I suppose, because they've taken over the word liberal. Those gay conservatives. They are gay conservatives. It's a thing. Okay. Criminalizing homosexuality is extremely French. Yes. No, that is like, people are just usually like, yeah, that's wrong. Just let them go. Let them do what they want. Just don't have your fetish gear out in front of my kid. That's all I'm asking. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, and my argument is that the woke right does the same thing. Okay, this is where we finally, whoo, guys, it's been forever, and his argument is that, look, I guess we had to go over what you think the left does, but we all know this. We all know this. Okay, and your argument is, I hope that this is this the start of a new idea? This is a key point. Okay. Splitting, by the way, okay, whatever, we had that. Regular society, and my argument is that the woke right does the same thing. They have the cult of transgression too. Okay, and I can see that. That's what I said, like people that will push a little bit further, and they will also go, oh, I'm completely against trans people. Trans people don't exist, kind of thing. They will suddenly have that. There will people that suddenly have that view, as opposed to not everyone that says they're trans is suffering from transgenderism. It's become rampant and a social contagion. It's not what it used to be. No, now we're going to properly be against trans people. Okay. And you are a libtard if you allow trans people to exist, or if you literally don't find a problem with trans people, real trans people. If you think Blair White is not an abomination, you just think Blair White is a person and doing well, that is you being a libtard. Instead of a normal conservative that's just like, hey, let her do what she needs to do. I'll say her because she passes. Because she's not a man in a dress. Okay, my argument is the woke right does this. I need to put this big. Okay, the woke right does this too. So please tell me if this is going to be. I want this to turn into a circle. Douglas, James, please.
The woke right does the same thing. They have a cult of transgression too. They sometimes call it being based, but that's completely.
Okay, there we go. Yes, based. Okay, we had this. They sometimes call it being based. Okay, I think we are getting there. I think we are getting to this being a circle. So, does the same thing. They have a cult of trans. Okay, I'm going to do this. They have a cult of. Okay. His argument is that they do the same thing. So we're going to go back here and we're going to have a main topic, because I hope to God that's what we do. Okay, is this our. Yep, okay. Our latest one, and we go enter, and we have a new thing over here. Where are you? Oh, it should be tab. Where am I at? Oh, there it is. Look at him! Main topic 7. Okay, come here. Okay, you're gonna be blue. Okay. Come, little topic 7. There. They They have a cult of transgression too. They sometimes call it being based. Okay, let's do that. That is the circle here. Over here. Okay, do we get it? An intellectual, someone who contemplates contemplation. Okay, well then Peterson is an intellectual because he contemplates contemplation a lot. Okay, let's go.
Really bad word for what they're trying to describe, because based should mean based in transgression too. They sometimes call it being based, but that's a completely bad word for what they're trying to describe, because based should mean based in reality, although the
Okay, based should be based. I thought it was a typo for biased when I first heard based. I thought that's what it was. Based, that's a completely bad word for what they're trying to describe, because based should be based in reality. Okay, that is the origin. I mean, woke had a good origin for its word as well, for its meaning as well. Okay, based, that's completely bad word. Completely bad word for what they're trying to describe, because based should mean based in reality. Okay. He doesn't understand based. Although the origin of the term is slang for being free based on cocaine. Okay, he says this. It's an example, free based on cocaine. So they're out of their minds. Right. It's just funny how this lines up. Okay. Okay, all people that are based on not woke right though.
origin of the term is slang for being free based on cocaine. So they're out of their minds, right? It's just funny how this lines up. But what do? Okay, so the left has told us, the far left has told us, you can't be racist. Racist is worse. Everybody's a racist. And of course, they completely made degenerate the concept of racism, the word racism, the accusation, the sky is racist, going for a hike is racist. But they aren't trying to reclaim and say, okay, no, wait. Racism's bad. We don't want to be racist, and nobody should be racist. And the left completely ruined it. So we need to reclaim the term and have this healthy societal norm about discrimination and bigotry. What they're doing.
That's what a normal. That's actually what the normal right is doing, though. Just so you know, that's what a normal right wing considered. They considered right wing because there's a normal liberal. Okay, what a normal liberal would think about. Okay, is yeah, we should course correct and we should not be racist at all. Okay. That is what I suppose centrists are doing. I guess we're all just fighting over what our fucking uniform should be. Okay? What the normal people, I suppose, are going for, and the liberals, it's reclaim. Not the libtards, the liberals. The liberals just want no racism. Just fucking be. Okay? We can laugh at each other, we can laugh with each other, all of that can happen. But microaggressions, all of that shit can get out. Now, I understand that the woke right would be people that want to retaliate, that think that racism, the only way to do it is by using commensurate powers. I'm with you on that. But you're making it very easy to confuse what you're saying. It sounds like you're saying normal right-wing people don't do this. Like he says, they are not. Listen to this. This is why people are upset. I'm going to slow it down for you so you can understand. I can now get it. This doesn't sound good.
Doing in this, nobody should be racist. No, wait, I is racist. Degenerate, the concept of racist is worse. Okay, so the left has told us, the far left has told us, you can't be racist. Racist is worse. Everybody's a racist. And of course, they completely made degenerate the concept of racism, the word racism, the accusation, the sky is racist, going for a hike is racist. But they aren't trying to reclaim and say, okay, no, wait.
They aren't trying to reclaim. This sentence here, they aren't trying to reclaim and say we shouldn't do this. This sounds wrong.
Racism's bad. We don't want to be. But they aren't trying to reclaim and say, okay, no, wait. Racism's bad. We don't want to be racist, and nobody should be racist. And the left completely ruined it. So we need to reclaim the term and have this help.
That's what most of the centrists are saying. That's actually what most of the right-wing people are saying. So you need to make it very, very clear that they are separate. You're saying they don't say this. You should say they are not part of the group that wants this and this and this. You're saying that doesn't exist. That's why people are getting annoyed with
healthy societal norm. Racism's bad. We don't want to be racist, and nobody should be racist, and the left completely ruined it, so we need to reclaim the term and have
They're
this
not doing that.
healthy societal norm about discrimination and bigotry. What they're doing instead is saying it's time for us to be a little bit racist. The left said don't be racist, so we're going to be really racist.
Just keep clarifying that you are alt-right here. You're right, Waffle. This is just what the alt-right says. This is that. But you have muddied the waters. So while I understand the use of the word woke and him transferring it as a general term, I get it. I totally get it. I don't think it's a useful action to do. It just muddies the water and makes it more of a fight. Why don't you just call it the alt-right? And you can still describe what the left has done and the mechanisms, the hypocrisy. You can do that. You don't have to use the word woke, because woke had its own meaning. You created a whole lot of shit. So although the origin of the term is slang for free-based, okay, funny how this lines up. I just want to diagram this. Let him get to the end of this speech.
And we're going to do it in order to make, to own the libs, as they sometimes phrase the thing, right? But really it's to reject woke culture is the pretext. They're not acting racist or blaming Jews for everything going wrong in society, or, getting further and further into the racial expression or the white racial consciousness or whatever, the white supremacy or even white nationalism, in order to challenge the left.
No.
They're doing it to challenge the center, the health.
Okay, yes. They're doing it to challenge. No, they're doing it to challenge everyone. I don't agree with you. They're doing it to challenge everyone to the left of them. And the thing is that their line for who is left of them it's very extreme. That's all. The only thing that makes them alt-right. Okay, that's what makes them alt-right or alt-left. I remember we used to have the word. Remember back in the day we used to have the word regressive left. Oh, let's bring back the word regressive left, guys, because regressive, it's actually like, oh, I'm trying to be progressive, but you're so progressive that you've turned yourself all the way around and you made yourself regressive. So homework is, ladies and gentlemen, to go and use the word liberal as it used to be used, and to go and use the word regressive left and alt-right. Go and use them. Use them in a sentence. I'm really annoyed.
Healthy core of society and its norms.
Well,
that's the target. It's a cult of transgression, but they point in opposite directions. Left, in some sense, says don't be racist. They say do be racist. And this is, again, the communist fascist thing. We're going to liberate everybody. That's what the communists say. They come along. It screws everything up. And, there's all this oppression in society. We're going to liberate people from oppression, and everything's going to be utopia. That's Marcuse in a nutshell. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Defined primarily.
I'm not letting you go there. We're going to stop at Marcuse in a nutshell. Okay? I'm done. Okay? So we are going to... I'm done, and we're going back. We're going to come back to this tomorrow. But I'm done with his patchwork here. So, but they do... Okay, so the left... Okay... how this lines up, but what they do, they told us, the far left, okay, we've got this in the block here, and we're going to the next block. Regressive left, yeah, but the woke right is critiquing your true progressive. The woke right is critiquing your true progressives. It's critiquing everyone that is anything progressive. You are not based enough. You are not racist enough, essentially. Being progressive is a bad thing for them. And it seems like we're still getting... But calling someone woke is so much more effective if you want to make their opinions invalid. But you're so regressive. But I'm progressive. No, you're regressive. You're regressing into childhood. You're a regressive person. I'm a progressive. I'm here for progression. They don't like anyone that's not them. That's the mechanism here, actually. We've got a lot of words that basically just means that. They don't. The left has told us. The far left has told us you can't be racist. Okay. The far left has told us you can't be racist. Don't be racist. Okay. Racism is worse. Is worse. Everybody is racist. Yes. Okay. This is the left, and of course they completely made degenerate the concept. Yeah. He will. The fact that he lets this on makes him seem like he's more right wing. Okay, the fact that he will admit to this. The word racism and accusation, this guy is racist, blah blah. So he understands that. Let's put this here. This is an aside. Okay, this is an aside. Okay, of course, they completely made degenerate the concept of racism, the word, yeah, Sky's racist, but they aren't trying to reclaim. This is my big problem with him. But they aren't, who's they? This is not a good look, not phrased well. Very easy for normal right-wing, reasonable right-wing, to think you're talking about them. And according to Sargon, you are. To Twitter and Sargon, Lindsay was. Okay. Okay, because you're saying they're not. They aren't trying. They are. They are trying. The normals are trying to reclaim. No, racism is bad. That's what we want. Hello, are we okay with racism bad in the chat? Okay, we don't want to be racist and nobody should be racist. Yeah, that's what we're doing. And the left completely ruined it. Okay, the far left. Okay, the far left completely ruined it, so we need to reclaim the term, and we have this healthy society and all about discrimination. Yes, that's all. I'm on board with that. I'm good with that. Let's not do that. What they're doing instead, again, who are the they? No, they is too vague here. Is too vague. He is supposedly speaking about the far right, the woke right, but he seems to lapse into just calling the right. Just saying to lapse into ignoring the reasonable right. In the middle. He doesn't want to call it the reasonable right. He talks about them as the normal. He talks about them as the normal. He won't call them centrists. I guess centrist doesn't make sense because people think, oh no, it's agreeing with both sides. Centrist would just be somebody that's in the middle. That is just like some of the stuff I agree with, some of it I don't, and you guys are all just fucking crazy. He won't even go there. So it does seem like he's blending the terms, and I'm not a fan of that. If you're going to create this term woke, use this term woke as transferable, you shouldn't be engaging in this smear. When you guys said smear campaign, it was like, no, smear campaign is, the whole thing, like we're giving people a bad reputation, whatever. But what I hear when you say that's a smear campaign is he took this word, he created this word woke, and he smeared its answer all over everything. He smeared its meaning all over them. That's what he did. What's going on with creamage? Racism bad, makes notes. Oh, yeah. Okay, so where we at? They completely ruined it. What they're doing instead is it's time for us to be a little bit racist. This lines up with what I think is the woke right. Okay, the alt-right. It's nothing new. This is the alt-right. The alt-right does do this. And what I was saying yesterday still stands. These people exist. These people do exist. You will see them. Okay? Yeah, okay, fine. They might then there's also people that create bots so that they're there, but they're just magnified. Well, the person who created that bot, that is somebody that is alt-right. Okay? The person who released that bot. Okay? This is what I was saying exists. It does. But the way that in the context of this, you're making it sound like it is, first of all, you're actually not making it sound like it's a bigger problem than the woke left, because all you spoke about was the fucking woke left. But here we are. When you do finally talk about the woke right, you just kind of seem to collectivize and flatten, just as you said. You've given us all the words to describe what you are doing. I love that. Okay. That was sarcasm. What they're doing instead is saying that it's time for us to be a little bit racist. The left said, don't be racist, so we're going to be really racist. And we're going to do it in order to make you to own the libs, as they sometimes phrase the thing. People have done things to own the libs that aren't like that. We own the libs when they're just stupid. I'm sorry. Don't now. You've taken own the libs from us? Fuck you. Right. But really, it's to reject woke culture as the pretext. Okay. Oh, so he says that this is, again, he's saying this is just a hoax or a it's an excuse. Their excuse is that we're rejecting woke culture, but actually what we're really against is the middle. They're against it all. I don't think there's nothing revolutionary about this. They're against it all. They have that line. That line is in the middle. This is not, yeah. So reject as the pretext. They're not acting racist, blaming Jews or whatever to fight. He explains this, okay? It's a pretext. They're not doing all of the ugly things that they do. The alt-right does do this. The alt-right does exist. Here it is. They're not acting racist or blaming Jews for everything. There are people that blame Jews for everything, and I've seen a lot of them lately. What is wrong with you? Okay, going wrong in society, or getting further and further into the racial expression or the white racial consciousness or whatever, the white supremacy or even white nationalism in order to challenge the left. No, apparently they're not doing it to challenge the left. They are. They think the left, anything to the left of them, is worth challenging. This is not new. But this is his point. We are diagramming his point. Just because I don't disagree with it doesn't mean it mustn't be in the diagram. Okay? I honestly think it's not extra knowledge here. Where are we at? They're doing it to challenge not the center, the healthy core society. There are not to challenge the center, the healthy core of society and its norms. No. Okay, they don't. That's the target. It's a cult of transgression. We've got the roll credits. He's said it again. Put a marker for replay. They're doing it to challenge not the center, the healthy core of society and its norms. So that is the target. It's a cult of transgression. That's what I will be. Let's put this. This is where the repeat is actually. And you can be deleted. Okay, so now they're going to challenge not again the center, the healthy core of society and its norms. They are. Okay, I'll just comment. I think they are. They are challenging. The target is everyone to their left. Nothing is good if it's not their opinion. That's what being woke is. Being woke is everyone that is not me. Everyone who's not me is a baddie. And not in the good sense, the baddie. Hey, Devine Duckworth, speaking of baddies. I think the target is everyone to the left. Nothing is good with it. Yeah, it's the us versus them. Woke equals us versus them. Ak versus M. Woke equals, it's been 5 hours, guys. Equals us. Yes, it's just tribalism, exactly. Equals us versus them. Why don't you call them the tribal? You know, I'll say that. Although that's just tribalism. The item you are looking, the term you're looking for is closed-mindedness. That's tribalism. Creamage. The term you're looking for is closed-mindedness. Okay, there you go. So you guys are both in. Oh, my cats are probably starving because it's 22 minutes after their dinner time. Okay, let's see. Do we have a challenge of this from Peterson, or I suppose he's just understanding? Okay. And this is the communist fascist thing. We're going to liberate everybody. That's what communists say. They come along and screws everything up. And there's all this oppression in society. We're going to this. So he's repeating this. He's repeating the mechanism. Just repeating how this works. What is promised by communists. Because he just needs to repeat himself. That's Marcuse. I don't know, in a nutshell. And that is it, guys. We are done for the day. I have a pain in my neck. We will put this into 1 hour 06. We finish this tomorrow, ladies and gentleherds. We finish it. We go long, we go hard, and we finish it. Okay? We're doing a morning stream, so it can go all the way through the day. I will eat my lunch. We will get this freaking done. I'll make sure that I've got enough room to fucking record this whole freaking thing. This needs to be done tomorrow. But then again, when I did finish Douglas, etc., it was I did a Friday stream as well. That's when I finished it on the weekend, so I might need to. But I wanted to finish this tomorrow. There's more. Is there one more promo in here? Okay, where are we at? We are on file 5, right? Yeah, 5. 5 out of 8. Okay. Okay. Mukbang lunch. We'll see what we get for lunch. I'll order freaking lunch because it'll come right here. Yeah. No, this has got to be finished. It has to be. So let us just collect ourselves for a second here. How has today gone? How's everyone feeling? How you doing? You good? Okay, so yeah, today's journey has been one of frustration. I've gotten impatient with the discussion. Much of the irritation that people had with this, I started to have only now. Yes, they were going very conceptual and metaphorical and everything, and I enjoyed that. I really did. But now I'm starting to get really frustrated with Lindsay. I'm seeing my view has been skewed. You can see what happens. This is why I try and stay away from other things that are referring to the conversation that I'm mapping. But you can see how drastically it can change my opinion going through. I will give someone far less charity than I gave Lindsay far less charity today than I did yesterday, I think. Because of I've seen him. Show Daisy on Finnery. She's in her bed. Just hold on, I'll move it there. She's there, you see? See those little eyes? There she is. There she is. So there's that. Yeah. So frustration abounds. Sent James the link to your diagram. James will not enjoy it. I need to also format it better. I know the sloppiness has come in, the inconsistency has come in, it's crept in, but we will persevere, and also me going over it by myself will help a lot for me to get some refined value. Right now, I'm just disappointed. That's where I'm at. She is a cute kitty. She's the cutest kitty. Okay, guys, we are going to turn off today. You've earned it. You've earned me leaving you. You can go and chill and have a great evening, morning, whatever. Yes, don't be woke. Whichever part, whatever it means, just don't be woke, right? I think that's a good thing. Have a nice life, and see you in the morning.
I'm autistic as fuck, and so is Chad. We sparked out hard, yeah, we went full cap. Axel's still hissing, Daisy's on the shelf. She just knocked over the internet itself. I'll see you next time, take care, we'll be vibing again, I swear. It's been a long stream, you my friend, we'll talk all about it when I see you again. We had some fun, we lost our way, that's all I've got, so go away, that's all I've got, so go away.